Potato.
And we're live.
Potato.
Potato.
And
Potato.
live.
Potato.
Oh wait, no,
Potato.
I'm
Oh wait, no.
talking on somewhere. Where am I talking? Okay, bye. I had a window
Bye.
up and it was me.
What?
I was
Oh,
the
you can hear
window.
yourself.
I
You're
didn't know where
talking
it
to
was coming
yourself.
from. All right. Anyway, hello everyone. Welcome to a Overwatch complaining video. That's what we got.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty accurate. What do you think, Noah?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah,
anyways.
that's right.
So the basis of this stream is that me and Hunter and Noah and maybe Josh later will be around, and we're going to complain about Overwatch and give suggestions on how to fix things. Noah, is that you? Make it more fat. Don't make me regret having the document opened, everybody. Oh, great.
Make good. We just
So-
do this for all of them and end stream there.
So anyway, we're gonna go down the list and we're gonna go through how we could change them to be better for the game that we're playing now and for Overwatch 2, as designated by the 6v6 and the 5v5 stats.
Personally, I'd rather be 6v6 all the way through, but that's just me.
You're just a baby. You're indifferent to change, Hunter. You're what's wrong with 50% of our country.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we went there.
Oh, we're going there, huh?
Alright, anyway.
Who's saying underclock is better?
Underclock is better. That's Overwatch 2. It's the code name.
Of course.
True.
But anyway. So, we're gonna start with Diva, and I guess we're just gonna go like down the line of thinking like, oh, okay, Diva seems to be in a pretty good spot, or Diva's really bad and needs to be changed.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure, like, everyone in the call currently has played a lot of Diva and has a pretty rough idea. Because personally, I think Diva is in a good spot in the current game for 6v6. But for 5v5, I think Diva needs to have like a 4-second matrix. At least.
I also think that Diva needs a 4-second matrix. But I also think that Diva's matrix needs to be a little bit bigger, just because in the 5v5 scenario, she's the only tank that's going to be there. The only other thing that I could think of is that whenever Diva becomes Mini Diva in 5v5, it might be a little bit problematic. Because, you know, once you defeat her, she's just a damaged character now.
Yeah.
So she's either going to be a little bit too strong or a little bit too underpowered, and she might not get her mech back. So I think the values of getting her mech back might need to be changed a little bit.
Why is it when I'm typing, it's saying I'm anonymous? It should be showing me based off, because I'm logged into Google right now.
I don't know, but we have
I'm
like
logged into Google too, but it's
3 people in the Discord that are logged in, so I don't know how to.
Yeah, I know. It's just not
I
showing
think
who's typing though.
I think it just shows people as anonymous unless they own the folder.
Oh yeah, you'd have to invite us through our email to show
No,
that.
because it shows you up in regular ones whenever you're logged in. It's done it before.
Oh, that's true.
Who cares about the semantics?
All right.
We wanna
So
see if you
anyway,
change- I feel like you should give a disclaimer, Sugus, about how we have literally no opinion because we're either in bronze or plat.
what are you talking about? I happen to be a very good plat right now.
Okay, the only person here that's for sure in plat is Strigus.
Me and
Strigus-
Hunter are still in bronze, but I'm in high bronze on both damage and tank.
Okay,
I'm on
I'm
my
in
way.
silver. Excuse you. I just keep falling into bronze because of idiot tank players.
Sure, that's why.
Nah, that's exactly why. They don't push.
I agree
at
with
all.
Hunter. We have like the stupidest tank members ever.
Yeah, Shrigus can witness. He's been with me basically the entire time.
Okay, anyway. Wait, what is this? No, stop. Noah,
No,
stop it. I will ban you from my Minecraft server.
Sorry.
No, you're not.
wow.
Wait, I don't know how to...
You are very much not sorry.
I don't know
Stop it.
Wait, why is it not turning off?
Noah,
Oh,
I
there we
will
go.
I will destroy you.
Why was that so loud? I clicked the wrong button. I was trying to play like a sad song because you guys said that tanks are bad and I'm the one who plays tank.
I also think that was a pretty sad song. All right, moving on.
I pressed the wrong button.
So I'm gonna be making like some, if I could have control over the patch notes in here. So I'm gonna say, defense matrix goes from, I think it's 3 seconds now. That's the other thing. I need to pull up the wiki here on the side so I can see all of the numbers. I think she has a max of 3 seconds. Oh no, it's only 2. So DM duration from 2 seconds up to 4 seconds, I think is fair.
You guys might not like one of the things I'm saying about Orisa in the next tab below.
No, we're supposed to discuss it. That's the point.
Or yeah,
I know. I leave my thing and then you can discuss about it or
No,
make changes.
we have to audibly discuss it.
Okay. My problem is just I'll forget it later.
Noah frickin' dies the movie. True.
Yeah, Noah frickin' dies the movie.
And
Although that
DM size.
RJT mains the trash mouse.
We'll just say like this. That seems to work. Just a little bit bigger of a DM. All right. So now we'll move on to Orisa. Orisa is trash garbage.
Gosh. And Orisa
she needs
used to
some
be
help.
the tank I played the most, and then they killed her.
All right. So we're going to go for what we could change her in the game that we play now. So in Overwatch 1. And I would say that Orisa needs... I'm going to be advantageous. I think she needs 2 barriers.
Interesting.
We give her 2 charges of barriers. So that she can throw out one and then a second one. And then they have a really long cooldown, but less health. Right.
Dude, people are already complaining about double barrier. Get ready for triple barrier.
No, you can't have them both out at the same time. It's like
We're talking about
Junkrat
6v6, Shregus.
Yeah.
We're in a game where there's gonna be a Reinhardt and 2 Orisa barriers.
Yeah, you give them like 450 health, 2 charges, and then like a 15-second cooldown.
That's a lot.
Wait, so
I know that's a long cooldown, but like, think of it. You got like your Sigma or Reinhardt barrier, and then you got like 2 Orisa barriers, and then Brig decides to stand in front of it for some reason.
And then Echo exists, so she dupes an enemy barrier tank,
She
and now she's got
turns
a barrier.
into an Orisa. You got like 4 or 5 barriers.
That's gonna go downhill so quickly.
Dude, you can make the ultimate bunker comp.
It's just like the days of old.
The problem with that, I feel, is the main thing I think the Overwatch players, like in the higher ranks, complain most about barriers, isn't how long the barriers break. It's the fact that by having multiple barriers, you have tons of surface area that can just completely block damage, even if it's just for a microsecond.
Yeah,
you can only have one out at a time. It's like Junkrat mode.
Oh, I missed
You don't
that.
get... I said that like 3 times.
He did say
Oops.
that. He did say that.
You get one barrier
I
out
just
at
went
a
along
time.
with the funny.
You just get
I'm
2
fine
charges.
with this then. I'm fine with this then.
That gives her not only mobility of her barriering, but it also decreases the amount of barrier out time because, once one gets destroyed, then the other one gets destroyed. They're both on really long cooldowns. Or you
What
can
are the thoughts
manage to
on
cycle
Halt?
them.
Halt is trash now.
Halt
Can I
is
just say
garbage.
that? They ruined it.
And I'm not sure how to fix it.
Like, you understand, like, after the nerf, Halt has the same diameter as Dynamite, right? But the
Yeah.
two abilities feel completely different. One feels oppressive while the other one is completely useless.
Yep.
Halt has its uses, but I don't feel like it's
not as useful as it used to be.
useful as it used to be.
I want Halt to go back to the 7-meter radius. That's what I want.
So
it was 7, right?
I think it was 7. Because they shaved off too much, and then they gave it back too much, and then they made it 5. Which is pretty garbage.
You know what I want Orisa Halt to have? You know what I want to do with it?
What's that?
What?
You ever had it happen where you get caught in Orisa Halt, and then Orisa dies, and then you go flying because Halt pulled you in like part way?
That doesn't happen anymore.
Well, okay, it used to happen. That's what I meant to say. It used to do that. I want them to bring that back, but you can like control it. So like if Orisa, so you right click and then you release right click to trigger Halt, right? Mm-hmm. So what if you right click again while it's mid trigger
to just stop it so that people just get sent?
To just launch people in the direction they're being pulled. It wouldn't be super powerful, like a super powerful launch, but give it knockback capabilities. I would be completely fine with it at the current radius, even a smaller radius if you do it like that.
If you could throw people 1,000,000 miles in the air with it, you'd have to give it a smaller radius to make sure it's balanced.
Give it like a smaller radius. Don't throw people like crazy. I'm talking like Ash coach gun distance boop, which is
then it would have to be like really
but not
nerfed,
a lot,
because then it's like Junkrat Mine, but if it sends you really, really far from any direction without any way to stop it.
Right.
Because the only thing hampering Rhines from getting sent all over the map is his barrier. And
plus barriers.
What goes along with
you can
that,
hold up your barrier and get sent through the air anyway.
Well, then you know what you can do to nerf that then. I don't know. I mean, okay. On top of that, why not just allow Halt to no longer go through barriers by doing that?
Because it goes going to get stuck on a barrier and then die.
Yeah, then
it'll be
double
worthless.
barrier would just destroy Halt, and it would just
then just don't use it. You want to how Halt's supposed to be used anyway is to throw it above a barrier and then pull people.
Okay, Sigma.
Okay, then Sigma counters the Halt. Then whatever. At least some characters need a counter.
In my mind, we should change Halt so that it would act like an area of effect slow instead. So you throw it out.
Yeah.
And then it just stays there for a little while and it's just like a permanent slow area. That way it can keep the Halt theme of slowing people down.
Yeah, that makes more sense with the name Halt, to be honest.
I honestly would rather just have old Halt back. No need to overcomplicate it. No need to give it some new strange effect. Just give us the old Halt stats. At least then I could tolerate the terrible barrier.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. So for the patch notes here, we're gonna have it so that we each have our own contributions of what we're gonna say. Right.
Okay.
So if I just
I don't want to interrupt you,
here.
but okay.
We can have like in captions. Here will be N for Noah, and then H for Hunter, and then S
Darth
for
Revel. Your argument that the only part about Orisa that sucks is the barrier, but it's good when combined with Sigma. The reason the barrier sucks right now is because of Sigma.
Yep.
Okay, Sigma's addition to the game caused Blizzard to freak out and over nerf Orisa way more than she honestly deserved. She's the victim. Okay, and old Halt was fine. New Halt sucks.
Yeah, alphabetized.
I think the reason I'm not disagreeing with wanting to buff Halt again, but what I'm saying is I think the mindset Blizzard went with nerfing Halt was that Halt was a pull off the map kind of move that was which already is a job assigned to by Roadhog, which is just pulling people off the map. The only difference is Halt can kill multiple people with one singular cooldown, and it doesn't require positioning and risk to use, because Hog has to stand next to a ledge to use. I can partially understand the nerf for Halt. I think they did nerf it too much, though.
Yeah, they nerfed it too much.
They nerfed it to the ground.
I don't think it should go back to
useless.
the old Halt, because that was huge. You could pull like 6 people into the well on the... is that Ilios?
Yep.
You could
Yeah.
And if you saw them, right into the well they go.
Now it requires a lot more skill and actual positioning to pull people into the well with Halt.
Let's see, 450.
You say that, but even if you're in the right position, the new speed that Halt goes at, by the time you pull the trigger, you're way past your target.
Personally, another idea I may have for Halt is just hold people in place a little longer, please. It's called Halt to stop people in place, not to just position them somewhere else.
That's the whole problem with it, is that it's the staying in one spot that's problematic. That's why every single ult that keeps you in place, you die for.
Like, the longer it holds you in a spot,
I'm not talking about Orisa. I'm talking about to pull, like, when you pull an enemy into Halt, they, like, stay there for, 1 or 2 seconds.
That's the problem why people complained about it. Nobody likes to get held in place. You get held in place, you're dead. This is an FPS. This is a point-and-click adventure game, Noah.
Yeah, the longer that you're held in one spot, the more likely you are to die.
Alright, anyway.
Ending
What's the
friendships,
cooldown for Halt right
stream.
now? I'll need to pull that up. I need to have, like, the
Halt
wiki
is
just
6
up in the
seconds.
background.
I don't think they changed Halt
Do you
cooldown.
think like it would also work if they just reduced the cooldown on Halt and just kept it as it is now?
I don't know, because then it might be too strong, depending on how you lower it. Because you could
Like,
just
if
keep
you lowered
getting
it
put
to,
in a spot forever.
Like 4 or 4.5 seconds or something like that.
4 seconds is like
seconds.
a Doomfist or Echo kind of cooldown. That's too fast.
Even I'm under the impression that Soldier doesn't need a 6-second Helix rocket. Because, it's just too fast. Halt is exactly 6
just a
seconds.
really bad move to, like, balance. It's really hard to balance.
It really is. That's why I like my idea of it's just like an area of effect slow instead. It's avoidable. You can still eat it before it detonates. But once it detonates, your enemy team is slowed.
Like a much smaller Mei ult that doesn't freeze people.
Yeah, it just slows you down a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I would be fine with that if they just remove the slow from Symmetra turrets. That's literally the only way.
We're getting to that. We're gonna get to that.
Yeah, we need to get to that, because if you made it so that Halt was a slowdown you just had on a cooldown, then what's just gonna stop Symmetra from putting her turrets in like one place and then Orisa pulling people into the turrets and then they just can't escape?
Well, it depends on how much slow you give it, because slows override each other.
True.
That's how movements.
I assume, Trigus, I assume you put all of our
I have nothing to say.
letters there to put down what our opinions were, right?
Yeah, and I'm getting to that. So my suggestion for Halt instead creates a field that slows enemies inside by I don't know, 40%, we'll say. Lasts for 4 seconds. Cooldown. Maybe 6 for now.
RJT, that's not how to fix Widowmaker.
Remove her.
That's not how you fix Widowmaker at all.
Personally, Widowmaker, I think needs a buff.
Widow needs buffs.
Widow needs buffs. People complain too much about Widow in the low ranks. Widow is the easiest hero in the game to counter.
Orisa files her taxes. The game. I don't. Do we have any opinions for Orisa being in 5v5? I don't think she needs much changes other than what Lauren said.
If Orisa's gonna be in 5v5, God help the character. Because Orisa was initially designed as a defensive tank. You don't want to be running Orisa on any kind of attack because it's not ideal.
Well, they're reworking every tank in 5v5 to be more like an offensive bruiser tank.
That's the thing. Like, we don't know what they're thinking about for Orisa changes for 5v5 because they don't talk.
Yep.
So the problem with Orisa in 5v5 is Orisa is literally the only tank already in the base 6v6 game that doesn't really rely on just running in and tanking damage for the team.
No, she throws out a barrier. The barrier absorbs the damage. She has an ability that reduces damage she takes, and by the time that's done, she's got her barrier back.
Like, the most Orisa has is her Fortify, and I mean, Fortify is good, but it does not feel like it absorbs enough damage.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we... Okay, here's my opinion. I'll put my little thing here. I have an opinion. Increase damage reduction on Fortify to 50%. Because it's currently 40%.
All right.
I think
and
50%
why they made it
40%
for no reason.
I also have an opinion.
Dude, I thought it was 50% for the longest time, and it's 40%.
It
Why?
used to be.
Give her too many guns. Just double her damage output.
No, Hunter, that's what Bastion's for.
Dude, I want to play a shooter game where you can plug in 2 mice into your computer and just double aim with 2 guns.
That's what Mauga's gonna be. You got the 2 miniguns, and you just have the 2 mouse, and each one has a different crosshair.
Replace her with just one hand with the gun she's got on her other hand, and there you go. Now she's got 2 miniguns.
Then how's she gonna shoot the barrier out? With her mouth?
Shoulder cannon, obviously. Obviously, add in a shoulder cannon. Duh.
I personally do think that in 5v5, they may have to rework Orisa entirely. One of her abilities to give her like a more damage-based ability.
If what they said is true and they're wanting to rework tanks into bruisers, then Orisa as a concept needs to completely change.
Yep. And
Dude,
I have
Orisa, they rework Fortify. Fortify. They rework Fortify so you can just sit on people and insta-kill them. If you use Fortify in the air, it's like Wrecking Ball Slam, but just anyone below you gets smushed. No area of effect. It's just splat. Deals 300 damage. Changed my mind.
All right. I'm thinking we remove Halt and have Fortify on the right click, and it now uses a resource meter instead of an active ability.
Mm-hmm.
So you can choose when to use Fortify to tank damage. That way it would give her more of an advance into the battle instead of just sitting there.
I like that. You activate it like Diva Matrix.
That way you can body block and then it regenerates over time.
I actually do like that. And combo that with the 50% damage reduction.
Right. No knockback. Just stealing it from my
Hunter,
other character
you say give her 2 miniguns, and they do half the damage she does down each gun. That's just gonna do the same damage. What benefits does this to provide?
Right mouse button.
We already have Diva and Tracer. They've got the double gun. Play them. Play Wrecking Ball.
But no, Wrecking Ball sucks.
Dude, we'd have 3 tanks with a double gun. Who dual wield.
Dual wielding is cool though.
Then you don't have a free hand open to do your special abilities. Look at Sigma. He has one hand for the shooty and one hand for the sucky.
Yeah, dual wields.
What? No, he shoots the balls with one
projectile.
hand and he sucks with the left one.
Sigma with 2 hands active to shoot is just like 4 orbs. And he acts like that Zen patch that he could just like charge up a volley and then just keep repeatedly shooting over and over and doing 1,000,000 damage.
Okay, Reinhardt. I mean, he's kind of fine.
Reinhardt
Like, he's the best tank in the game and in 5v5. I feel,
which is sad because he's the most boring.
I have fun as Reinhardt. To be fair, I mean, you know.
All right. If there's one thing I'd change about Ryan now, it's that I think his damage needs to go back to 75. 85 is too much damage.
I thought his damage was 95.
No, it's 85.
Huh.
Let's see. Reinhardt. 85 is swing.
Look at my 6v6 change.
Give Ryan the turbo drift.
Dude, I want to play Ryan with the turbo drift so bad. That looks like so much fun.
Oh man.
But anyway.
Forget the double fire strike. I want to play turbo drift.
I don't have any comments on Reinhardt specifically because I'm not a tank main, and I haven't played that much Reinhardt. But from my experience, he is the only truly viable tank left in the roster.
Yep.
Which is sad.
Okay, I can see the thoughts on reducing it from 85 to 75 damage because majority of the time, if you play Reinhardt and just start slapping things, you're going to get a damage boost from Mercy. And
well,
that's going to do
necessarily.
so much damage.
It's just that it's so easy to do damage that passes the threshold for certain abilities.
However, I think it should stay at 85 damage in the 5v5.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, in
That's
5v5,
why we made
the
the two
85
different
makes sense.
charts, because he's the only tank, and if you get close to him, that's your fault.
I'm just going to specify here.
Yeah, no, like 5v5.
You don't have to. That's
it
why
makes
the two
sense for
different
me.
sides are there.
I know, but sometimes we may want something to carry over, like the like that we've mentioned already. Like some of the Orisa changes I feel should carry over to both.
Yeah.
Like two charge Orisa barrier I feel should go into 5v5 as well. I think it'll be fine to just specify what in the 6v6 changes we request to not go into 5v5.
We can always just like signify them with brackets or something.
Yeah. Or like some other thing.
That way they
What's
keep
the one?
they keep over.
What's
You know, it's like whenever you're reading a book and then it shows a little asterisk in it with a number on the side. You go down to the bottom of the page and it's like, oh, there it is. That's the description. That way I just don't have to copy paste.
Okay. And let's see here.
Anything else about Rhine? I know that there are already the changes of the Turbo Drift Rhine and the 2 fire strikes.
One thing that I just thought of.
Mm-hmm.
Barrier health from 1600 up to 2000. Okay.
Back to its old health.
I don't know about that in 5v5 because there's less damage output overall, and like in 5v5 there's gonna be a lot of less damage output. And I know there's only one barrier, but there's kind of been the developers and even I kind of agree that barriers are just way too much in the 5v5 scenario.
I agree.
Well, you could counter that argument by giving other characters specific abilities that do extra damage to barriers.
Well, we can have that discussion another time, but I also agree that some characters should do more damage to barriers, specifically the Helix.
That would have destroyed Double Shield, and it would never have ruined Orisa, because then Blizzard wouldn't have had to nerf barriers into the freaking ground, so Orisa could do things still.
I think there should be stuff that does extra damage to barriers, but like, what does it go with with the cannon element to it? How does that affect shield health? Because they're made of the same
Just
thing
have it so that the
in the same
Helix
universe.
industry. What is the company? It's
Would
Helix
would
something.
that deal more
Yeah,
damage against shield
it's
health
Helix.
as well?
We'll just
'Cause
say that
would
those
be
rockets
busted.
deal more damage to shield health. It maybe it has some sort of anti-hard light technology built into it.
It's kind of like how the how armor gets affected differently from hit scan hits than beams. It's kind of like that.
Here's a good way to think about it. There's two types of shield health, quote unquote, in Overwatch. There's your shield health and temp shields. I'd like to think, in the canonical sense, that barriers are made of temp shields because they don't technically regenerate back unless they've been put away.
They have their own distinct health. It's called barrier health.
Oh, okay.
There's shield health, temp shield health, and barrier health.
But within the canonical sense, I feel like maybe barriers.
Well, within the canon, barriers are made of hard light.
And so are shield health, technically.
Yeah, they're all the same thing.
Oh.
But I'm talking about, like, is there a slight difference between shield health and temp shields? You could just make the argument that maybe Helix Rocket does extra damage to barriers and temp shields, not shield health, though, because that would be way too much.
I don't think it should reach over to temp
Well,
shields just because it's
that
different.
That would completely invalidate Lucio's ult.
Well, not necessarily.
With one Helix Rocket Hunter, I doubt it.
Some characters.
No, well, just Helix rockets in general would be able to do more damage against the defensive ult. And I know the defensive ult decays.
Oh no, there
quickly.
goes 900 of my temp shields health to one Helix Rocket.
That's dumb.
Like, you expect it's going to do that much damage, Hunter?
I think you're over-exaggerating my point.
I think you're over-exaggerating how much damage Helix Rocket's going to do on its own to a barrier or shield health. It's just going to do like 1.5 times what it does now, which sounds like a lot, but it's not as much compared to how massive a barrier health is and how massive the Lucio ult health is.
All right, you know what? I'm skipping ahead a little bit. Roadhog.
Yeah, let's not talk about Ryan.
Yeah, we're done.
More
doesn't
fat.
need changes to begin with.
Gains
Gains 50% more fat. There we go.
Just increase his size, like how they made Wrecking Ball smaller in the update.
He gets 50% more fat. Now counts as a physical object, like Orisa in Fortifying.
I can't think of
Due
too
to
many
too much
changes
fat.
for Roadhog for the 5v5 scenario. I know we're talking about 6v6 now, but I'm kind of the same with 6v6, as Roadhog's already a very good tank in the sense of if you have a barrier to go along with him, otherwise he sucks.
You're right. This change needs to go down here. There we go.
True.
Wait.
But I would have said he needed changes. However, they did add the change here recently where he gives less ultimate charge to the enemy, which is all he really needed.
That was the only thing he really needed.
That's the only thing he needed. With that added in, that's why I've started playing Roadhog more recently, because people won't start complaining that I'm feeding.
All right, I have one suggestion for the 6v6, and it's that some of Roadhog's damage from his shotgun, it deals too much damage to barriers. You just can't have a barrier around with Roadhog. You can kill it in half a clip, right?
I can agree, actually.
So I think they need to move some of his damage from his shotgun to his hook whenever you land it. So instead of doing 30 damage, it does like 45, and then remove that from his shotgun.
I agree, and I've heard a lot of people complain that Roadhog gets an insta-kill. Oh, hey, GB.
Hey.
Oh, hi, hi, how's it going?
What did you just call me?
My throat just did a hiccup.
I
Hi,
totally did
going?
not know Mysterious Goofball would join the call today.
What?
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 I don't even know what you said. I didn't understand you.
I said I totally did not know Mysterious Goofball was going to join the call today on Mr. Strigus' live stream on youtube.com.
I believe it's YouTube.
Josh, this is when you Josh, this is when you over exaggerate and said, "What? Strigus, you're streaming right now?"
Okay, just a second.
I think the appropriate reaction would have been, "What? You're recording right now?" Because I'm not.
Alright, you ready? You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
What? You're recording right now?
Oh.
I wish I could do that,
He just pulled out his phone.
but I
Just
don't. I
pulled out
don't
my
have enough
phone.
voices.
He just pull up YouTube. That's all he did. He just went laugh track YouTube.
Exactly.
Where is that? Is that YouTube.gov?
Yeah.
YouTube.gov/org.
YouTube.govs.org.
All right. Anyway,
We're talking about Roadhog, Josh.
we're
What
talking
changes do we
about
make to
Roadhog, and I think in the change we need to move some of his damage from his shotgun to his hook. That way he can still keep his one-shot combo, but he'll do less damage overall for barriers and such.
So that's fine. I think the problem with it is when you're actually aiming at targets. However, well, I don't know. I can actually see the point in that because
that way he can
one
still do
thing-
his one-shot combo job, but he won't be as
Right.
oppressive to the other tanks in the game. Because he can already one-shot basically everybody but the tanks, and he still punishes tanks really hard.
Yeah. Yeah, that can be a problem because Roadhog is a tank melter in the tank category, which, you know, is kind of fine in 6v6, but I don't think that should be done in 5v5.
No, it's a 6v6 exclusive area.
Yeah,
and right
without...
now, recently they buffed his damage to 165 a shot, which is even worse for barriers.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking hook damage increased by I'd say 50 actually. 50 damage from 30 and primary fire and secondary fire.
GB?
Josh!
What are you writing? No, stop! I forbid it! No! It's a corruption!
Stop it.
Can I go off topic for just a second?
Why?
For some reason, last night I randomly thought about Evo in a nutshell.
Oh,
and
yeah?
some of the Spanish chairs I did on that. So I literally went through almost every single video, skipped to the end, and watched every single Spanish chair that I said or any bit that I did.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Man, the nostalgia and also reading some of the comments, people were actually really supportive of that channel, which was cool looking back.
It was, yeah.
But also, the Spanish chairs were amazing.
You can do file. I think you can duplicate this. Duplicate this,
Frigus.
open that,
Frigus.
and then press F11. It'll full screen it, and it won't show the link.
Okay,
Well, it's too late now.
Frigus. Someone is saying that they can't hear you in the
Yeah,
chat.
I accidentally muted like for a minute, but it's fine now.
So hello, Koi. Welcome to the stream.
All right, how do
Everyone
I
showed up at the worst time.
gotta ban everybody now? How do I do this?
Trigus, you'll have to duplicate this document, make a new one, and then just open that one and press F11 so it doesn't show the link.
Bosh, annoyed. How do I get the link? Oh wow, if you don't know, I'm not telling you. All right, new plan. We're just gonna have to go into loading till I figure all this garbage out. So, give me a
I
minute.
realized it because you started talking about who the armadillo was, which I feel like was another person that got into our document.
I think it was just Josh on his phone, but
Oh,
No, it wasn't.
all right.
I think
well,
someone did get in, to be honest.
It doesn't matter. We'll have this remedied in just a minute. All right, we're back live. That was dumb, but I should be on.
Wait, what are you
no,
talking
I'm still
about? I
on
don't
the old
see-
one. I've got juked.
Hold on a minute. RJT, I just checked Scott the Wog's channel. There is no new video now. What are you talking about?
Wait, am I in? I'm in the old one, so I need to.
I've been lied to.
I need to open my other one, the one I just made. Which one's the copy?
It's the one in the Discord.
Sent in the Discord.
Trigus, did you see GB just type Spanish chair?
Oh yes. Okay, so this.
Okay,
is
you're in the
one.
right one then.
Oh no.
It wasn't called copy
This
anymore, and
again.
that threw me off.
This
Somebody
again.
changed it. No, Josh, that's illegal. Stop it.
All right, let's actually get back to the topic. So, Roadhog, I feel like it's fine. The damage reduction makes sense. Moving on.
Yeah. They actually gave him that in like the first experimental card, which was the
Nope,
3,
Josh,
2,
stop.
1.
Josh!
I know you're copy pasting. Stop it.
No, I'm trying to delete it, but I'm having some issues.
There.
There we go.
Just double click it. It'll highlight it. Okay, Sigma.
Sigma.
I already
You're
have
back.
my Sigma change for 5v5 specifically.
All right.
All right. Oh, Sigma.
You
Oh,
want to
poor
discuss it
Sigma.
without typing it for the class?
I don't know why. I just want to type this. I don't know what changes this will make to the game. I just want to
Red.
change to Sigma.
Sigma is now.
What was that? Oh, my phone. Ooh.
Now, I will say, with Sigma, Strigus has already released a video
Yeah, I
with
have
a
already
pretty
released a video.
in-depth rework for Sigma. That could possibly be, the changes he proposes could possibly be compatible with 5v5 as well.
Also, I want to point out the thing I just typed for 5v5. Yes, reduce the damage for the reduce damage, but increase it to 3 shots. Don't reduce it to where it's the same amount of damage spread through the 3 shots. I want him to deal more damage. Just to fit with the more aggressive tank playstyle 5v5
He already
have.
does a lot of damage.
I know, but to fit more with the aggressive like 5v5 playstyle.
I will say though, there is one thing I want.
Also, even though he's going to be shooting 3 shots, keep his same rate of fire, meaning he shoots the 3 shots faster in sequence to one another. So it's
No,
it's like
the problem with that
like
is
rapid
that
fire.
it hurts the character, like the model and the animation wise, as well as the character himself. Because like Echo shoots 3 shots, right, and it makes sense because she got 3 fingers. She shoots through those fingers. If she just suddenly started shooting 4 for some reason, it wouldn't make any sense.
But just give him 3 orbs. And
well, Sigma's iconic for having 2.
How?
That's
Where does that come from? Is that lore?
Literally every promotional artwork of him ever.
Didn't stop them from making Cassidy, did it?
Yeah, but
What?
that's just Overwatch being dumb. Also, very funny, caps lock, whoever wrote this.
What is this? Who wrote Huts?
No, Noah, it's...
Oh, I see what it is now. Shrigus, you were clicking on the N at the beginning and it looked like an H.
Fair.
Okay. Let's get back on topic. All I want in regards to Sigma, like, if they gotta keep his barrier weak, they gotta keep his barrier weak, but give accretion its scaling back.
I agree with this. It's called accretion.
Return accretion. The phrase accretion literally means that.
Without this, they may as well name it Boulder.
Accretion literally means to grow.
Big
So
rock. Josh, I can hear you tippity tapping. Where are you? I know you're somewhere.
Oh,
there you are.
him.
You're just spamming a million Spanish chairs. Get out of here. You made this document 40 pages long.
you know what I think?
Stop it.
Shrigus? Oh my word.
I'm going to have to remove all of these.
Stop it. The bit's dead. This is actually dumb.
I wasn't expecting you guys to find it. I just wanted to hide it.
I heard
I
you.
found later, but he heard me clicking, or clacking.
I should have realized sooner, but I did not.
It's been
really
there for a
quiet
few
for a long
minutes. I was just making it. It was at 10 pages. I just decided to make it a little more.
All right.
Man, I'm
anyway,
bored.
I've already
You're
talked about
bored?
Sigma enough, so I think we should move on to Winston.
Well, okay, I wanted to say quickly about Sigma. If they don't want to increase the accretion stun scale, I think what would make it better is to... If you don't want to increase accretion stun scale, what if the projectile itself increased in size as it flew, starting off as a really small rock and getting bigger the farther it's in the air?
I mean, that is another option, but accretion's hitbox itself isn't actually all that large to begin with, so it would
make it
mostly just
bigger.
be like an animation.
I don't even mean by animation wise. Make its hitbox increases as it flies. It should be meant to like stun very far off peoples.
Yep.
It needs to. Its primary use needs to be stunning high noon.
But
It
anyway,
specifically ruined the cowboy.
we'll be talking about him soon enough anyway.
Wimpston.
All right, we got Monkey. So Monkey already has some changes lined up for the 5v5, so we'll have to think in accordance to that. But right now in the 6v6, I think he needs a little something.
Honestly, in 6v6, he's fine as long as you don't pair him with somebody
No, you can't just say, "Give me it now." It worked with Ryan, but you can't say it now.
But it helps. It would help him, too.
Yes,
it
but
really
that's
would.
planned for Overwatch 2. We're trying to think of what he could use now. And I know that it works with Ryan because he is needing that. But with Winston, that's just like a fringe benefit. So I'm thinking we buff Primal Rage. So instead of 1,000 health, he has 1,500. Because Primal Rage isn't what it used to be.
To be fair, Bob has more health than Primal Rage.
Yeah, Bob
right
and
now.
Hammond can both get more health than Monkey.
We're in a new game age now, and Primal Rage has not been changed for literally since its release.
So I think giving him more health would benefit him greatly.
I think 1,500 would fit more.
Yeah, 1,500.
Because then you're tripling his health, and that makes more sense with him being anger.
Because let's be real here, you can burst down an ulting Winston.
Yeah,
if you've got something to stop him from moving and everyone just looks at him, he's dead.
Well, like, then people can, like, okay, there's only one way to keep a Primal Rage Winston alive, and that's Nano Boost. And that's just wasting Nano Boost, because Primal Rage isn't meant for the damage, it's just meant to knock people around and stall.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Nano Boosted Primal Rage is dumb.
I agree with that.
And it's literally the only way to keep Primal Rage alive in the current meta.
That's why I think he needs more health. He needs to be big boy.
Yeah, we're big boy.
Oh, yes.
We'll keep the 150 armor, because that seems to be the main
that makes sense.
piece for him.
It's
which I think
primary rage. Yes, primary rage.
I feel like he may do well in 5v5, but they better increase his overall primary fire damage. And then, because I don't expect, because with a brawler type like game style, you need him to play toe to toe with the other tank.
Yep.
And that's not gonna do well with his current damage output. Plus, the main idea with current 6v6 Winston is he's more of like a finisher. He just kind of goes after someone who's a little bit low, or someone who's in a disadvantage.
Or he dives the sniper.
Or someone in a disadvantageous position.
Right.
I feel that would be better.
All the Zens and the Widows and people in the back line.
I feel like he should do more damage, though, like in 5v5.
Oh, he does a lot of damage already. In 5v5, there's one less person that's going to protect him from doing his damage. So I don't agree that he needs to do more damage in 5v5.
Okay.
For the most part, I think Winston's in a good spot. It's just his ultimate sucks.
Yeah,
hey, give me the link. I totally won't add 100 Spanish chairs. No, I think we're fine.
I think we already have enough Spanish chairs.
What are your thoughts on Winston, Josh?
Huh?
Monkey.
What are your thoughts on Winston?
I'm eating pizza.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Pizza. Wrecking Ball.
All right, moving on to Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I'd say we move on to Wrecking Ball.
So
6v6 Wrecking Ball. I mean, not much you're gonna really do to fix Wrecking Ball.
I don't like dealing with Wrecking Ball.
His playstyle in Overwatch 6v6 is fine, but he's like the Bastion scenario now, where you have to kind of build up your comp to like counter him.
Here's my issue with Wrecking Ball. He has one of the most unique kits in the game, and people just spin around the point with it.
people just do the roll around and don't actually do anything.
That is dumb and annoying. Yeah, sure, it helps stall out the point.
I know what Wrecking Ball change needs to happen in 5v5, though.
Well, I want to keep talking about 6v6 first.
Fine, do that.
So my suggestion is Hammond's shield health that he gets from adaptive shields gives ult charge. That way he doesn't just dive in and you get nothing.
Well, you know that would absolutely ruin Wrecking Ball.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't agree
necessarily.
with that. It shouldn't give ult charge. It should stay the way it is.
Like, if Wrecking Ball... You know how much health he can get from those shields? Do you know how much... That could give a lot of ult charge, even at a reduced
Half of
rate.
it's wasted whenever he leaves anyways.
Shrigus, Wrecking Ball already feeds ultimates way too much, and making it so his shields feed ultimates as well. That's just even worse.
Yeah,
Wrecking Ball gives
I'm
nothing.
No,
He dives in, and half the time you don't even burst through his shield health.
That's the idea. It's how you're supposed to play Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, so he literally runs into your team, kills somebody, and gets out like Doomfist, but you don't even get the benefit of having like three points for your ult.
Dive tank.
He's the only character in the entire game whose shield health doesn't give ult charge.
Okay,
And it shouldn't be unique to him. It's stupid.
I have to make my argument here because let's compare to other dive tanks that can dive in and still give that ult charge.
Right, Monkey, Diva,
Winston
Fat Hog.
Winston has a barrier to literally stop the damage from hitting him, therefore he's not charging as many ultimates. Diva has a matrix to stop damage, so she's not charging as many ultimates. Wrecking Ball has his shields.
Yes, both of the above mentioned
aren't they temporary shields too?
for Diva and Winston can be avoided. You can bypass those protective pieces and still hit him and get ult charge.
Personally, hear me out. You know what I think? I think Wrecking Ball should have a gimmick with his shields. That's more of, and this is a nerf. Because what some Wrecking Balls can do is, okay, the most damage Wrecking Ball does is when he's out of ball form shooting things, usually.
That is not true.
I mean, that's his finishing move. That's what I'm referring to. He usually finishes people off that are low by doing that.
While you do that, I'm going to make my own suggestion.
He should be way more vulnerable during that, when he's out of ball form.
He already is. He has a crit box. Added crit box.
Exactly. I think when you hit his crit box, if he has any temp shields, it does damage to his basic health. Because you're hitting the hamster, not the ball. I don't think that hamster has shields.
That way. I don't approve.
I understand that, but if you want to keep a change where he can get punished and still like charge ultimates, that's the only way I could think to do that. Because I am never play Wrecking Ball ever again if you make it so his shields give ult charge.
Well, how about this? Make it so that whenever he has temp shields from adaptive shields, he gives 50% less ult charge.
I was gonna say, like, at least make it so he gives less ult charge, not like the regular ult charge, you know.
So while him, like, adaptive shields is up, give 75% less ult charge, you know.
Yeah.
You just have to get something, because right now he gets something for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And
I can agree with that at least. I can say that. Yeah.
Since we're on the topic of punishing Wrecking Ball, I think it would be a good idea that the grapple will automatically disconnect from a surface after a few seconds of being attached, so he can't spin around the point forever.
No.
Yes. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Wrecking Ball strives on literally hanging from ledges and waiting to sneak attack. Because okay, what's gonna happen then is the famous situation where you move a Wrecking Ball off the map and he grapples onto point and hangs there, and people think he's gonna die, and then he could just grapple back onto the ledge when people leave him alone.
I don't think that Hammond should have a grapple automatically disconnecting from
I don't like that
what
either.
he's attached to.
Yeah.
You want to hear an idea I have?
What?
What if you give his grapple a longer cooldown, but instead of starting the cooldown when you let go, it starts the cooldown when you first activate it and latch onto something?
Interesting.
I actually kind of like that. It's like a buff nerf mixture kind of thing, because when you can happen, we go back to that whole thing of Wrecking Ball like stalling somewhere, and then when he wants to make his getaway plan, or if he wants, like, he can hang like the ceiling from Spider-Man, and then when he wants to make a sneak attack, he can attack and then run away. But at the same time, he has to wait for that cooldown then.
Okay. So he can be perched and ready and wait for his escape plan.
I've always wanted a perching character that just like waits for a moment to strike. And there's not really one that does that besides Sombra. And she don't wait, she goes looks for her kills. I like the idea of Wrecking Ball just hanging above somebody's spawn. And I know Hunter's over here cringing at the thought.
I'm cringing at this.
We're just
entire
encouraging the dive
concept.
strat, but Hunter, people need to just learn to fight around dive because dive is not as crazy good as you make it out to be. You just need to learn.
I
to
never
work around
said it was crazy good. I said it was annoying.
Oh, I just realized I accidentally posted the link in the stream chat. Don't click on that. Ignore it.
You
What?
didn't post it. I'm looking at
I'm
the chat
looking
right
at
now,
the chat.
Josh.
You didn't post it.
Josh, I'm modding chat right now. You did not
Stop
post
that.
the link. 5v5 for Wrecking Ball. He should have a defensive change where maybe he gives temp shields to teammates. I don't know
think
how
he
he
should
does
give
it.
more temp
He
shields to
should.
teammates.
He needs to give temp shield to teammate. He's useless in 5v5 otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, he's one of the reasons why I'm against the whole shift to 5v5 anyway.
Right. Because my favorite part of Overwatch now is that you start playing a game and you get hog Hammond, and then in Overwatch 2 you're just gonna get Hammond. That's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
That can't end in disaster.
Hammond
at
needs
all.
to do something defensively.
Yeah. They already said that they made Hammond with a one tank approach to him, and I thought that's just garbage. He's hardly a tank in the regular game.
They've stated after they stated that, which that was a weird statement to make. But I've seen somewhere on the Watch community forum that they do plan on adding some changes to Wrecking Ball. For
Wrecking
Overwatch
Ball is an
here.
off tank.
But they'll
He was
say he'll
never
still
amazing.
play with his same current play style. They'll just add some things to him.
Mm-hmm.
Josh.
Listen. Oh wait, I'm not skunk anymore. Sorry.
You can
we
be
just
the
say here
elephant.
that Josh has literally just been in the call, just eating pizza, coughing, burping, and farting, and posting Spanish share.
Color commentary
Ah.
right there.
Not to mention posting that link in the
Sure you
stream
did.
chat.
Yeah,
Sure
sure
you
you
did.
did.
Please no.
I do
Alright.
like GB's change though with Wrecking Ball. That's a good one. It could use some experimentation.
Okay. Anyway,
Josh farts the stream, the movie, the video game. When Wrecking Ball dies, he's like Diva and he's on the ground. Stomp him like a roach. Dude, I don't know why they didn't do that. That's amazing. I want to play his little Wrecking Ball, and he's like the smallest character in the game, and he just goes. He can cap point and just hide like in a little hole in the wall.
Mm.
He gets like increased movement speed. He moves it like
Yeah, but his whole body is a critical
his whole
hit
body
box.
is a crit box.
he just got like 50 health and his whole body's a crit box. Just anything will get him.
Anything will kill him.
You just
He has
walk
a
over
literal
into him.
pea shooter.
No, he don't even have nothing. He's just a little
he doesn't
rat.
have
He
a
just runs around. He just runs around. He's
He doesn't have to
panicking.
wait for his ult to passively charge back up to get his mech back.
You know how Diva has one emote when she's out of mech?
Mhm.
His would just be like he pulls out something like a cheese or something. He starts eating it. And it could be like the Zarya present where it's a
he's-
different
he's
thing each
banana.
time.
He eats banana Shrigus.
Banana.
Remember, Winston's the peanut butter guy, and Hammond's the
Wait,
banana.
Does this mean that this version of Hammond would be able to hide underneath carts? And
I
just
would love that
contest
so much. Holy cow. That has to be put in the game. That
hate it.
needs to be put in the game. That would be hilarious.
Hammond back cap.
At least make like an Overwatch like what's it, workshop game mode where you do that. But like
The
I don't
question-
know how you'd make it, but gosh, it needs to be made.
It would
The
just be
question
whenever
is-
Hammond dies, reduce his size to like 10%. Then he starts rolling around on the ground.
The question is then, how do you kill him if he's under the cart?
You can shoot under the cart. You just have to crouch really low.
But it would be impossible to shoot him at some maps because they just don't have an angle
That's
under
what
there.
makes it
But
funny.
it's so dumb.
It's so dumb.
Dude, people already do that in the game. They'll like hide behind and cap the cart. Like, it already happens. Let's just
But at least
encourage
that's
it.
avoidable.
Let's at least encourage it.
There was one glitch where Tracer could rewind into the cart and nobody
Yeah.
could kill her.
Oh yeah,
I remember.
I remember that.
And that was basically unplayable because you could never leave cart because then you would just win.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent. But anyway, what were we suggest? Okay, Hammond's adaptive shields gives allies shields too. Is that right?
Hey, look at
Yes.
Echoes real quick.
That's very, very nice.
I wasn't the one who wrote that there. I just made it smaller.
Type Echo.
Who wrote that there?
I think
Who wrote
that was
the Echo?
Josh. I think that was Josh because it wasn't me.
Josh, do you see what I did to your Echo? Yes. Enhance image. Enhance.
So small.
Yeah. It keeps going.
All right, new plan. No, somebody keeps changing it. Stop changing it.
I can't change it either. It's impossible. Once somebody has started changing it, you can't fight back. Wait, I can click faster. Wait, just click the minus faster.
No,
we got
stop,
this.
Stop clicking.
We can
I wanna
win if
show
we
you
all
guys
click
something.
minus together.
Oh gosh.
Y'all are
Well, this is
terrible.
this is going about as well as I anticipated.
I'm clicking faster. I'm clicking faster.
Gone.
Yeah. Dude, my Mario Party mashing skills just came into there. No! No!
Max
What?
font cap is 400 in case you're wondering.
It's so big.
What happened? Oh no, what happened? Oh, I think I got okay.
I deleted it.
Oh, this is going about
So,
as
like,
well as
how
I
does
thought it
adaptive
would.
shields give nearby allies shields? Is that like a, do you have to activate it near
would-
them? In which case, how does that work if you're like dived into the enemy?
Well,
Do
no,
your
I'd
team
say
just have to dive with
It's
you?
like Moira Orb. You get a choice, right? Depending on whenever you activate it instead of the actual decision.
That's
you could just say,
weird.
before I dive in, give shields to allies, or whenever I'm in there, give me the shields.
Josh, please. Spanish share. Oh, it
Stop
goes
it!
so many
That's so
pages.
large!
Oh,
It goes so many
no.
pages.
That way
Okay,
it gives
I-
him
I get it.
actually an adaptive shield, so it adapts to the
Ah, what
situation he's
happened?
in.
What in the world? Why is it?
It's because it's really big.
Okay,
Is
Zarya.
this supposed to
Now-
be 11?
Zarya in the main game, I think it's perfectly fine. I can't think
I
of a
agree.
single change for 6v6.
I agree.
Zarya's really good in 6v6. Like, she goes with basically anything. Like, she goes with barrier tanks. She combos with dive tanks. She combos with most damage in the game. She's just really good, you know?
Oh, loud.
5v5, however, I have my thoughts here. Okay?
okay, no, it's not that hard to just put an asterisk there and then space.
Oh, I didn't know how you did it. I genuinely didn't know how you were doing that. Okay. Well, there's my
That's
thoughts.
the change. That she needs more knockback on her secondary fire.
Yeah.
We're okay. In 5v5, they've already changed her so that she's absolutely garbage now. Where she gets the 2 bubbles and she can choose which charges she wants to put into it, but they have a billion cooldown. Knock knock. Who's their pack?
What?
Whatever Josh is writing.
What are you doing?
Anyway,
I don't like this, Josh. I do not approve.
Oh, I think I don't think my the link I've been posting in chat has actually been going through. I think it's getting blocked.
Please
Josh,
stop.
you are not posting a link.
I've already
Stop
had to
saying
change
that.
it once because I
am
didn't
a
know.
mod, Josh. I am a mod. I can see what messages are
What
getting.
is this?
That's the freaking...
You're not actually posting it.
Who's San Fran Sentinel? Stop this.
San Fran Sentinel.
San Fran Sentinel.
What is this?
Stop it.
Wait, I moved it. I didn't mean to.
No,
I'm
burn it.
checking that link.
I don't know what this is. Is this like a redirect to a Rickroll?
Oh,
Stop it.
I totally know what's gonna happen.
What?
Don't open it. Do not open it, Shrigus.
It's a Rickroll.
I think
It's
he just
totally a
deleted it.
Rickroll.
I'm not falling for it.
I almost opened it, and then it gave me a prompt saying, "Do you want us to use your cookies?" And then I went, "No, I know what this is."
It's a redirect to a Rickroll.
I did click the link, but I just saw it. It says, "Want to use cookies?" I'm like, "Did Josh just Rickroll me?" And I didn't continue further. I just closed the link.
All right. So my suggestion.
Little did you know it was free money.
Free money? My favorite kind of money. The money I don't have to pay for.
Wait a minute. It could also be worthless money.
That's what I was about to say. The catch to free
$0.
money is that it costs
It's-
as much as you paid for it.
Imagine you pay money to get exactly the same amount
RJT, you
pay.
fool!
Oh, he fell for it.
Yeah.
It's a Rickroll.
He did. He fell for it.
Got him. Good for you. Anyway,
Finally got somebody with a Rickroll.
so the professionals that got to play in Overwatch 2's beta, right? They said that Zarya was trash because of the shared bubble cooldown system, right? So my idea is that Zarya gets 3 charges for bubbles, but whenever she uses one, they both go on like a 2-second cooldown so that she can't use the others for a while. Right?
Can you say that again?
So Zarya gets 3 charges for her bubbles, but whenever she uses one, she can't use another one for 2 seconds.
Oh, I agree with that.
So that way she has the ability to store up the 3 bubbles and have some...
I've never liked Zarya just spamming both bubbles at the exact same time.
Right,
Like,
I
even
haven't either.
because then that's 2 people on the enemy team you're not allowed to shoot.
Yep, they're basically invulnerable for that time.
I'm quite impartial to
I'm
the.
fine with if it's like one person at a time.
I honestly prefer the version of Zarya that they had in the 3-2-1 experiment. The one
Oh,
where she could bubble all of that.
No, that's just too strong.
Dude, that's giving bubbles to your entire team.
Yeah.
That was really strong.
That was so strong.
And that was even with, 6 people in the game. In this manner, it
was
would just be
already
way
going
too
to
strong.
recommend. I was already going to recommend giving Zarya like 3 bubble charges, but doing it with the 3 and with the 2-second cooldown between, I'm fine with that.
That way she could still save, a teammate from getting dived in the back line and then use it for herself and then save somebody else. And then that would have the uptime for it to cycle back through.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So,
What if it's a case where Zarya has 3 bubbles that she can either use on herself or other teammates, but there's like a cooldown per teammate. You can't just like bubble again.
well then how would you demonstrate that?
Sort of like how, what is it? Maybe something sort of similar to how like healers can see teammates' health based on like the color through walls, so you could have something similar to that. Or you could do it sort of like how Sombra can see like an icon. You can make like an icon flow above their head with like a countdown.
Like a little bubble countdown. I could see that as well. If you want to type that in, Josh, that's a valid opinion. I kind of like it. I understand what you're going with that.
Oops.
I don't have many comments on Zarya because I don't play the character that often. But I'll just say I like the 3-2-1 version of Zarya. I really like that version.
Ugh. 3-2-1 version
It
was
was just so
terrifying.
strong, Hunter. You can write that down,
Yeah.
but it's way strong.
So strong.
Especially when, there's going to be one
Well,
less person.
she's gonna be
going
the only tank. She
Bubble
needs to be able to defend her
spam!
in time.
Oops.
Why is
Josh
that
just
continuing to be funny? Stop that.
Josh posting that link just unexpectedly it feels like I'm getting rickrolled when he pastes it.
It's just a tiny little one frame of... But
You want, so the giant spam, and there's an autocorrect for it. You want to see what it is?
It's space.
Space! That's amazing. Oh, Hunter's typing in his thing. Okay, I'm moving on to Ash.
all right, I think we can all agree Ash needs one less meter off of dynamite range.
Yes.
Yeah, we all can agree on that.
I'm just gonna...
Oh, I was just about to put that asterisk thing there. Sorry.
Okay, so go ahead and write it. We all agree on one less meter for Ash dynamite.
Actually, hold on. Oh,
So
whoops.
that's
No!
Space!
Spam!
I wasn't sure if that even
okay.
worked.
Noah, let me write it. This
No, I was too busy laughing. Okay. Nerf. Giant
is, I have a whole bunch of
radius.
different
by
changes that could be
one
made to Ash
meter.
to make her better.
Yeah, Hunter
There you go.
is
Go
the
ahead.
Ash
This
man.
is Hunter's time to shine.
Yeah.
This is Hunter's category.
This is pretty much. I have like 500
Go ahead,
hours
Hunter.
on this one character, so.
I know exactly what Hunter's gonna say.
Basically, we're gonna reduce the radius of dynamite by 1 meter.
You
No more
you go
dynamite for
too
you.
far into the negative, and it just goes into the positive
Just
overall.
It
the
just
dynamite
implodes. and kills
implodes.
Ash.
It sucks people into it and burns them.
It implodes.
It's like Halt.
It's a
That's what
black
Halt
hole.
needs. It needs a burn. Afterburn.
Oh. No, don't.
We're also gonna increase. That's not an equal sign. We're gonna increase the aim down sights damage from 75 back to 80 because nerfing it a second time, that was too much. And that's basically all the changes Ash needs for 6v6.
I agree. I don't know if she needs anything for 5v5. Most of the DPS characters are kind of fine for 5v5, really.
A
The
few
game's kind of
them
being
aren't.
built around them, you know?
I do have one thing to say about Ash for 5v5, and it's that I do think that Ash needs to stay at 75 damage because the ability to one-shot people with a Mercy boost in that game would be even worse than it is in 6v6.
Well, just nerf Mercy damage boost. There you go.
I actually kind of do agree. Mercy
I
damage is
already
nerf.
think we're
It's
going to have
strong.
to nerf Mercy boost, actually. So
Just nerf
Ash might
Mercy
actually
damage
be able
boost.
to go up to the 80, now that I
Yeah.
think about it.
Yeah, just as long as
I
Mercy gets that
agree.
nerf, then
Dude, as someone who plays as Mercy, I agree that the damage boost needs to be reduced. Only if you buff some other part of her. Whether it be her healing or
funny.
one of her cooldowns. I don't care.
yeah, no, if like, because I believe that with the 80 damage, she was able to headshot with Discord, right? Like just kill in one hit with Discord.
Okay, so there's a
back before that was
difference
there.
between Mercy boost and Discord.
Yeah, I know there's a difference, but I'm trying to remember if the break point was close enough for it to still one shot
Well,
a
it's the
200
same.
health target.
It's 30%
Okay.
either way.
Mhm.
Okay.
It's that Mercy boost, I think, needs to go down to 25%.
Yeah. Mercy
the new
boost
one.
needs to go down. I'm not saying to change Discord, because if Ash headshots a Discord target, that's a different thing than just her having a damage boost all the time.
Yeah, Discord requires more coordination for Ash to target the person who gets discorded.
Right.
A damage boost is just on all the time.
Agreed. I think Orba Discord is fine. Mercy damage boost does need to be reduced.
And
Is
it's
damage
zero
boost
in
for
the
both
dark.
of them
We'll get to them
25%?
whenever we get to them.
Is damage boost for both of them 25%?
No, it's 30. 30 for both.
Really? It says on the wiki here that Zen's is 5%.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
When did they change this?
It was a few months ago.
It's 25% damage received with Discord.
Yeah, they nerfed it.
Oh,
you
that's
remember when they
right.
nerfed its speed and they...
That's right.
Yeah, they nerfed Discord.
That was like 2 years ago.
Really? That was 2 years ago? I
Oh
thought that
no,
was
just
more
one.
recent.
It's not 2 years yet.
Yet.
Yeah.
Wait. Last change of Discord was May 19th, 2020. It was increased to 30%. I think the wiki might be...
Oh, wait,
off.
the wiki's outdated. Can we correct this? Can I, like, make an account and update that?
Because
it's open
that,
source.
That is 30% as far as I know, because that was the last time it was updated.
Where can I report that it needs a change?
On occasion, the wiki is a little outdated, but that's like a whole year of not being correct.
Oh, yeah, it does say here, May 19th, 2020, damage amplification was increased to 30%.
See, I'm never wrong, except when I am. Don't talk about it.
It's actually listed on the wiki itself, the change log, so it is very wrong.
That's why I like going by the change logs, because that shows you when stuff happens.
Yeah. How do I report that on a wiki?
I don't know. I assume you have to have an account, but I don't know how to do that. And quite frankly, I don't care enough. I got big brain. I remember. Anyway.
Yeah, no, Ash is pretty much done. Everyone is in agreement that dynamite radius at 5 meters is too large and needs to go down by 1, and the ADS damage needs to go up by 5.
Yep.
I think that's fair.
For Bastion, I think the only thing we could talk about is the 6v6 because they've already changed him in the 5v5. No, Noah, don't just say give rework.
That's not Noah, that's me.
Oh, Hunter, stop it.
I'm currently looking up how to correct a fandom wiki.
I want the rework. I want that now. Bastion's terrible.
Fine, it can stay. But only because Bastion's trash. I think they've done an okay job reworking Bastion.
I will say, though, up his primary rate of fire for the rework.
Well, it's pinpoint accurate.
Okay, but it looks like it fires too slow.
Well, you gotta remember, Soldier shoots really fast, but now he's also pinpoint accurate, and the only way that they could deficit that was because... No, stop it! No pictures! Wait, I can't get rid of it! Okay, there we go. And the only reason that Soldiers could work is because they gave him recoil, so you have to compensate for it.
Okay, give Bastion recoil.
No, that's even worse. That's just fake Soldier.
Bastion was already a fake Soldier before Soldier got the removal of his random spread. Are you specifically talking of his turret mode?
Because that's already set aside. Because in his turret mode, it's like a transformation, so that he just has a different gun for a little while, and it's infinite. Which I think is fair.
There is a mechanic where, like, you just reload over time each mode in the current game, so you can just switch every few seconds and just be fully reloaded, but...
What about that?
Yeah, that's exactly what would happen if you overheated that kind of gun.
Yay, now Bastion has 2 resource meters to go through. My favorite.
Yeah, but his 5v5 changes look pretty good. The only complaint I have about it is his primary fire. I think its rate is too slow.
Again, it's pinpoint accurate, and it does some hefty damage.
Do we know that for sure, though?
Yeah, from the trailer.
Yeah, but they lower the health of the targets on purpose for those things. So
Yeah,
is it an accurate judge? I can't say for sure how much damage it will do until I can get my hands on the rework.
True.
Which is what I want.
All right. I can't think of anything else for Bastion at the moment.
And he's already got his rework.
We can just move on to Doomfist. So Doomfist is getting moved to the tank category in 5v5, but we should talk about the 6v6 damage character version first.
I don't really... You'd think I'd have a lot to say about Doomfist, because he's one of the things I hate the most. Dive mobility. But I don't have that much to say. Like, considering that it's not that hard to counter him, he seems balanced to me.
You'd think I'd have a lot to say about Doomfist as someone who plays a lot of Doomfist in comp and quick play. Mostly comp anymore. But I mean, I'm having fun with Doomfist. I know I'm in bronze, but I feel like I do good.
Bronze is probably like the only rank where you can get away with Doomfist.
Yeah, so I don't really have much to say on Doomfist. The only people who really should have something to say on him are the I've heard of a lot of other Doomfist players' opinions on Doomfist, and they say he's already great. It's just other people need to be nerfed around him. That being CC and stuns specifically.
You like that one?
I like that one. Keep it there. I actually want to keep that. Let's keep that one. I like it.
Okay, so I actually do have some suggestions for Doomfist.
Okay.
And it's that whenever he uses a move, he should not be immune to knockback in it. It just feels like you can't move him once he uses a move.
Mm-hmm.
And Mercy suffers from the same problem in her Guardian Angel. You just can't move her.
First of all, he is vulnerable to knockback during uppercut and slam. You just never notice it.
Okay, uppercut can be moved barely, but it's such a precision timing that it's not really worth all that much.
The main thing about uppercut is that the hitbox reaches way underneath Doomfist himself.
And it needs to stay that way because of how rollouts work.
Yeah, I agree with Noah. It's fine where it is. I just get upset.
Plus, the animation does match it because he starts his fist really low below his feet.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's like the only real point of contention I could think of.
And for ground pound, if you use the aerial version, you can get moved. But if you have a targeted ground space, you just don't get moved. And that's why I can actually approach Hunter sometimes, because if I use the aerial version, I get kicked back from Coach Gun. But if I use the grounded version,
into the Ilios well 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I got booted into the well a lot because I kept doing the aerial version instead.
And he kept coming right
when
at me.
Hunter has when Ash has Coach Gun, easy.
I agree. Ground pound.
Yep,
is
I
janky.
agree. I think this is actually a game design perspective that comes from things such as platform, and that is, it's not input delay, but it's input memory. Okay. That is, in a platformer, if you press the jump button before you hit the ground, you'll still jump. If you're like barely about to if you're barely like inches from the ground, that's known as input memory. Lots of games do that. It helps with misinput issues. With Doomfist, if you notice the little reticle and then press E, but then somehow still do the grounded version of the slam. Also, you keep calling aerial version, Strigus. The aerial's the targeted version.
No,
grounded
it's the
slam.
other way around. The grounded version's where you can see the little shape on the ground, and he targets that space and goes for it. The aerial version's where you're not looking at the ground, and you just do that little jump, and then just stay in that momentum.
Fine, then.
And
so the aerial version can get moved to change your trajectory. The other one just doesn't.
Okay.
I should know.
So, aerial slam. Aerial slam. So if you're trying to do the ground slam and you see that little reticle, if you press E right before that reticle goes away, like right after that reticle goes away, and I do like frames of it going away, you still do the grounded version. I think there should be you do the aerial version. I think there should be a bit of a input memory forgiveness where if you press E at least like a few frames after the reticle disappears, you'll do the targeted version.
Right. I agree.
But it's like so menial, people would barely notice it, and it would make doing the slam so much easier.
Yeah, that's just like a quality of life change.
It's literally a quality of life change, is what you're describing.
That can introduce a lot of glitches, however, because anytime you add any kind of change to Doomfist at all, you introduce like 500 glitches. That's just how Doomfist works. But I just thought I'd mention that real quick.
And tell me if this is a bad idea. You know how Genji's dash can get reset with the cooldown if he gets a kill? Mm-hmm. What if you did something like that where you nerf maybe his punch or maybe one of his abilities, and if he gets a kill, the cooldown comes back. Maybe reduce damage too, so that you can. It's more like if you get a kill, then you have for sure escape mechanism kind of thing. Or you could go in for another.
I don't know about that, as that's like literally Genji's whole mechanic. And just making Doomfist have it is just kind of makes it pointless.
I've thought about giving Doomfist a kill reset, but the problem with it is that what is it going to go on? Because if it's his punch, he just gets another one-shot kill on somebody, and then he could just chain it for the whole team.
That's what I was saying.
His uppercut, then that's kind of useless, and if it's his ground pound, then it's not worthwhile.
I genuinely think the punch shouldn't have its wall impact damage nerfed, because that's like heavily rewardable.
Nobody was talking about nerfing the wall.
Yeah, no one was.
Josh said the damage should be nerfed.
No one said that.
Josh did.
Josh, are you adding more pictures?
I like Genji's. I like Genji's a lot. The Reaper shrug. Go further down, Shigus.
Wait, we do need the Reaper shrug. Oh, you got it.
Shrug further down, Shigus. Yeah, there you go. Reaper shrug.
Okay, good. There's not anymore.
You say that. Again. Scroll further down.
Yeah, there aren't anymore.
No, Shigus, scroll all the way down.
All the way down.
Is there one at the bottom? Stop it!
Space! It's been there for forever.
I was about to say, how long has that been there?
Like 10, 15 minutes.
Alright, anyway.
So Doomfist for 5v5. This one's an interesting one because they are going to read him as a tank, but is he going to get any defensive capabilities to support the team?
That's my main concern with moving Doomfist to the tank category, because Doomfist, his only defensive passive is the shields he gets when he punches somebody, and that's just for him. How do you give him something to help his team?
So, my suggestion was, whenever he hits something, he can give shield health to allies. But the problem with that is that most of the time you're not next to allies, right?
And wouldn't that just be a ripoff of one of the earlier Hammond ideas?
Mm-hmm. So instead, I was thinking, what if we moved ground pound to the control key instead, and his E would have the ability to store up shield health as he gets it. So like he gets shield health by punching people, by ground pounding, right? But he keeps like a small percentage in like a storage, and then he could press the E key and then give shield health to his allies.
Like a one targeted ally, or in an AoE.
I was thinking one targeted ally, but I think it would work better as an AoE.
And just splits the shields evenly, depending on how many people are in the AoE.
Maybe splits, maybe just gives it to him, depending on how much he holds. But
Mike, I have an off-topic question, real quick.
Is it relative?
Sort of. So you know how earlier I saw you type like the two parentheses, then you went back and put the S in it? And I was just wondering, is that related? Like, did you learn that or start doing that since you started coding?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do the same. I saw you do. I'm like, he's a coder.
It's just hardwired into me brain now.
I do it for like everything now. Everything that has two ends to it. Like,
It's because it
quotes.
automatically adds the other one for me, so I gotta go back inside.
Exactly.
It's so annoying, but so helpful. Stop trying to be helpful, game.
Game
Alright,
calls
continue
Google
on.
Documents a game.
Life's a game. Beat it.
You beat the game. Life's a game.
That's
beat
the
that
new
game.
motivational poster. You get,
Life's a game. Beat it.
Life's a game. Beat it. We have like a cat with sunglasses and one of those 90s hats.
He's like at the 8-bit sunglasses.
The
Gotta
backwards.
be like it's gotta be like one of those like gamer T-shirts you see like 10-year-olds their parents bought for them
They'll
wear.
have a color scheme of like an 80s bus seat. You know, with all of those weird. It's like dark blue with
I
colored
like how
squiggles
Strigus
on
is
it.
going for the 80s vibe, and I'm going for that like cheap $10 shirt you buy from Walmart with a gamer phrase on it.
All right. Anyway, I'm thinking. Whatever I said earlier. Move, ground pound, to control. E. Stores up. Shield health. To give to allies.
Oh, sorry. I
No.
meant to- There we go. Hold on, I've got mine
Alrighty.
for 5v5 specifically.
Why does Hanzo have a bow image?
You just answered your own question.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Got a little big bow.
Okay, interesting.
So like a full AoE instead of that, because okay, I think it is cool that AoE is like you have to no not AoE that slam you have
gotta
to
aim
aim it. I like that, you know, I do like it, but one annoyance people have is Doomfist just like missing slam by like an inch.
Yeah, like
And
me.
the other complaint that other people have, the people who don't play Doomfist and play against Doomfist, is how big Slam is.
It is
a
huge, and
long
it pulls you
range,
in.
and it pulls you in.
I hate that
I'm-
it pulls you in. I hate it so much.
I understand why it does that, because how it works is that you kind of can't dodge Slam.
Yeah, no, I
Once you
understand
get
why it
targeted
does
by
that.
Slam, Doomfist is just gonna hit you.
Yeah, 'cause-
And I can
yeah,
understand that because it helps enable Doomfist to actually hit people.
Yeah, if Slam didn't pull you in, it would be so easy to get away from Doomfist's next abilities that would be following that.
But I think
I
it
get
is
why
good
it
that
pulls you
Slam
in.
deals knockback because it keeps people from running away from Slam when they actually get hit by it. But I do think it is upsetting when people who are literally, as someone who plays Doomfist, people who are literally miles away from by it. Plus, most pro Doomfist players already, when they slam people, they slam point blank.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I understand as well that the reason Slam is long is just to give Doomfist more shields if he hits multiple people with it.
Mhm.
That's why I
That's
think
why it's AoE,
his
so you
Slam.
can hit people around you.
That's why I think Slam should be an AoE that hits people around him, but reduce its like range a little bit so that it's not hitting people from like a mile away, but instead hits people that are close to you. That way you can slam literally into the middle of the enemy and just disrupt everything. You know? Instead of disrupting in front of or behind the enemy because that's your only option. I think it's be much better to slam in the middle of it. Because then you also have the opportunity of hitting multiple targets with uppercut, which can make some follow-throughs.
There. one final change for Doomfist.
There's a problem with that.
Crouch move to tab. Why?
Because you can't crouch on control anymore.
Well,
Dude,
the problem with
just-
that is there's not enough buttons.
Hunter,
Tab
that's
is already
called
used.
Hunter. That's called keybinds. Just go into the keybind controls. Plus, when are you gonna try to crouch in the air? Just use your crouch as slam. I could get used to that.
Oh, you know we're just gonna have to combo this, right?
Tab move to caps lock. Dude, does anyone know if there's like a shooter out there that like has caps lock bound to something? Like a first-person shooter game, like by default has caps lock bound to control.
Okay.
There we go. I think we did a good job.
Yay! W is bound to nothing.
Yeah.
You are a crouch. What does that mean?
I didn't write
What
this,
does
so
that-
it doesn't make any
What does
sense.
it mean? Okay. Echo.
Echo.
Echo may need some nerfs, to be honest.
If we're going to 5v5, she needs some nerfs.
Specifically, her
I'm gonna
ultimate
agree on
needs
that
nerfs.
point.
Okay,
to be honest.
6v6
Her
first.
ultimate's fine. Her ultimate's fine for that, in my opinion. I think it's her normal abilities that could use a little.
Her
adjustment.
ultimate is literally the best ult in the game because not only can you copy other people's ultimates, which I'm fine with, what I have issues with is how fast she can charge an ult during duplicate.
Well, I mean, you have like what 8 seconds, or no? Is it 15? It might be 15.
It's 15
actually.
seconds.
Yeah, 15 seconds to build up an
You
ultimate.
can get 3 Earth Shatters when you copy Reinhardt.
Wow, you can
get
get 6
like
Hanzo
5
Dragon
pulse
Strikes.
bombs.
It's not like you're gonna get it.
From my experience, like it's very rare that an Echo actually gets.
I've had
More
quite a
than
few
one
many
ult.
duplicates in my life, and I've duplicated Reinhardt a lot. I've gotten maybe 3 Earth Shatters out of all of them.
And
Nobody's in range, and I can't hit anybody.
and half the time when I'm using Echo's ultimate, my clone gets killed before I can charge it up.
I
because everyone
understand that
focuses
with your complaints, especially, but the problem is we also I know you're gonna hate this. We have to consider this for the high rank people. We have to consider this for the high rankers.
Ooh.
Listen, in
Oh.
high rank, you are coordinating 24/7 with everyone on your team, whether you're grouped up or not. And if you're in Grandmaster, you're using the voice chats, even if the people in there are complete strangers. You can just like tell people, "Hey, I've copied Reinhardt. Literally kill, target nothing but barriers. I'll do the rest of the work," and there you win. If there's no barrier, there's nothing to stop. Like
Yeah, but
Echo
that's
Reinhardt.
that's like the top 5% of the player base, and everyone
Welcome back,
else,
by the
it's kind of like, I do what I want. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's about right.
I understand that, but Echo's ult is really strong, is all I'm saying.
I also agree
it
that
can
Echo's
be
ult's
strong.
I don't
However-
think that like the problem is her gaining so much ult charge during it. I think it's just how long duplicate lasts. I think it's great
It is on the
for
longer
Echo
end.
to
be
have an
honest.
ultimate where she can just rush in and like just sacrifice herself if it just means she gets an ultimate out of it, you know? Because then after she dies during her ultimate, she just gets away, you know? I think just reduce the time how long duplicate lasts by like a few seconds.
No,
What
I
did
think
you
we
say?
should decrease the amount of multiplication that she gets from the ult charge.
Okay.
That's
I'll
my
take that too.
suggestion.
I'll take it too, if you
The
want to write
rest
that
of her
down.
kit is probably fine. The only reason she's really a problem
Wait, it's
now...
6.5? That's so weird.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
do 6%. Do 6 times. That's way better.
Like, the only reason Echo's a problem now is because Blizzard thought it was a good idea to mass nerf all the hit scans.
That too. Yeah, the hit
Why?
scans.
Why did they
are-
make that decision?
Yeah, the hit scan fall off range is a really dumb decision.
Because
Then you're literally discouraging people with good aim. Like you're discouraging the players in your player base that have really good aim.
Yep.
and it makes it harder to deal with pharmacy, Echo Mercy,
Because let's be real here.
or turrets that are far off. You can't really deal with
Playing
those.
projectile heroes isn't necessarily a game of having good aim, but a game of having good prediction on the opponent, right?
True.
And in my opinion, I think having good prediction on an opponent is way easier skill to have than aim. And
No,
you're
I
basically
don't agree.
encouraging.
I don't know about that. See, Shrigus and I have dueled hundreds of times, and he is projectile, I am hit scan. And I'd say the win rate between the two of us is 50-50. Maybe leaning more towards Shrigus because he can predict where I'm going to go before I know where I'm going.
Okay, you know what? I can agree with that. I'll go with that. But if you're at least going to, like, increase the fall off for hit scan, increase by at least a little bit less than the hit scan, increase fall off for some of the projectiles in the game.
We're
give
gonna
them
get to that.
fall off.
I also think some of the projectiles in the game need fall off, but
May.
we're
May
gonna
need
get
fall
to that.
off.
So bad. Why doesn't May have fall off?
But
It's so easy for May to just snipe people. Hanzo especially too.
Okay, RJT, we will get to Widowmaker, but you're not going to like my suggestions.
change
okay?
her
There
to
you
the
go.
sniper from TF2. Just change the sniper model and replace Widowmaker.
Okay, so Hanzo. Big issue I have with Hanzo. I know he's like literally 2 spaces ahead by now. I want to talk about it now. Hanzo. I am fine with him getting insta kills if he like headshots somebody point blank within like a few meters ahead of him. That's fine. That actually does require aim because they're in front of you. You're basically aiming similar to a hit scan. But when they're on the other side of the map, that's just reliant on luck, to be honest. Because you're just shooting random shots and hoping what. Am I cutting out a lot?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shows up on my end too. It's like I have a peak on my microphone and Discord just cut that peak.
Yep, there it goes.
Why? It is a peak thing.
Perfect.
I don't know why it does that. Hold on. Maybe this will work.
Okay, well, while
Maybe
he's
my
adjusting
mic's better
his
now.
microphone, let's get back on topic.
Is there anything
Okay.
else that we wanted to change for Echo in the 5v5 matchup?
I would say for 5v5, we nerf Beam, because there's only going to be one tank. Like,
In
give
what way do you
Beams-
want to nerf Beam? The length?
yeah, reduce its range.
I think Beam does last for way too long in the context of 5v5. Currently, it's fine.
Currently, it's fine, but in 5v5, we need less tank busters, because we only have one tank per team.
Plus, she would just literally make Diva unplayable.
Exactly.
Like Diva would not be able to fight Echo at all
Just
if
put it under
the
hive.
beam lasted for as long as it did currently.
So it's either its range should be reduced, or the multiplier of damage needs to be dropped. I'm not sure which would be better.
I'd say 14 meters would be better.
It's always really funny
You
to me
can't
how
really
Diva.
change the stats of they have to be under half health and it does 4 times as much damage because it's just that's kind of intuitive to how it would work.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So
I'm
really
just not
the
sure
only
which
other
would be
thing that you
better.
can really change is the
range.
range or the amount of time that it's out or the cooldown.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I'd say range is the best way to go. I'd say lower it by 2 meters
Yeah,
is fine.
because
Genji.
she has to commit to that. Like, she should have to commit all the way to get that kill.
Mhm.
But that should also leave her somewhat vulnerable because she's got to get in close.
I want to talk about Genji.
Okay, talk about Genji.
I don't have anything to talk about Genji for. I think he's fine.
What a waste!
I actually have no idea about Genji. I think he's fine where he is.
He needs
He's-
something.
He needs something.
I'm
like
not
maybe
really
a
sure
slight-
what, though.
Like maybe a 1 second
think-
reduction on dash for 6v6.
Okay,
I feel.
I think it's a good sign when you don't know what you would do to a character to change it, because that means the character is in a relatively well-balanced state in the
I
actual
think
game.
Genji's a really balanced hero. He's
I
one of the best
think
balanced in the game.
I think Genji is fine as he is for both 6v6 and 5v5.
Mm-hmm. Genji is one of those balanced heroes in the game. He's really good.
The problem with Genji is that everybody else is just better than him. So if we bring everybody down to his level, he'll be fine.
True.
Isn't that the same argument that Noah mentioned for Doomfist literally a few moments ago?
That's what I said. Yeah, if you talk to a Doomfist main like in the high ranks, most of them will say the same thing, and that's like the game needs to be nerfed more around Doomfist. Not necessarily focus on Doomfist, but there's just so many characters that super hard counter Doomfist to the point where Doomfist is unplayable if they have them on their team, and they use less skill to counter him than Doomfist does.
Also,
Like Brick
perfect
Shield
image.
Bash, thank goodness that's getting nerfed in 5v5.
Yeah, that nerf looks stupid.
That needs. Yeah, I think I like the idea of giving Brig the Shield Bash more as like a momentum, like a movement based ability, because it has a shorter cooldown and it doesn't knock back and it deals more damage. I like that.
I agree that Shield Bash stun is annoying. But at the same time, it's kind of core to her kit.
It's so bad though. It's so annoying. And just it makes her the most powerful character because she's the only person in support that has a stun besides Ana, but Ana's actually requires skill to use.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anyway, we're getting off topic.
Yeah.
We all agree Genji's fine. Everything
Yeah, we
just
all
needs to
agree
be
Genji's
brought
fine.
down. Hanzo.
Hanzo. I'm incredibly biased against this character, so I will only say one thing. He needs to hold his bow like a normal person. Not horizontal, vertical. That is all I'm going to say.
Lots of people hold the bow horizontal.
They do. That's
It's
actually a
actually-
very
It's
common
actually
thing.
really good because you have it straight up and down, and you pull it back. The arrow can sort of like fall off the side. If you tilt it at a 45 or even like just a full on 90-degree angle, it's resting on the bow, and it works.
Yeah,
fine.
but holding it horizontal from the first person point of view screws with me. So I don't like it.
Hanzo needs fall off.
That is the change I was going to suggest. Hanzo needs fall off.
What are
What-
these?
what is this?
Josh, what are you doing? Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
No, what? This doesn't have to do with Genji.
I just
The
thought
first one
funny,
does, the
though.
second one doesn't. I don't know, the battery one's dumb.
It's a different
That's
Infinity
really
Stone.
funny, though.
It's a different. It's not the same. It's
I'm
completely
removing that one. I'm
different.
keeping the
Yeah.
first one. I like the first
I like
one.
the first one.
Yeah, Hanzo needs fall off. I don't know what range it would be because I'd have to visualize it in game to know what it would be. I think it should be close to like Widow's current fall off. Not saying I like
You
Widow's
mean
current fall off,
not-
but
Going to happen at all in the game?
Yeah, the one that's not ever going to happen at all. That
Widow's
Okay.
fall off range is so far away.
like
Okay,
Widow's
okay,
the
okay,
only
okay,
hit
okay.
scan that wasn't negatively affected by the fall
oh
off
hey,
because
fine.
the fall off is so far out.
Fine then. What do you guys recommend as a fall off range?
Maybe slightly longer than Soldier and Ash,
I'd
which
say
they
40
start their
meters.
fall off. They start their fall off
45.
between 40 and 60, right? That's when Soldier and
Think so.
Ash start theirs.
Yes.
So maybe his fall off starts like 45 to
I'd say
65.
45 meters.
Other than that, well, okay, there's some questions to have about Storm Arrow as well.
Storm Arrow is the machine gun button.
Yeah, Storm Arrow has some problems as well, I feel.
I was never around for the days of Scatter Arrow, but I have no idea if that would be better or worse.
No.
Well, Scatter Arrow literally one-shot tanks Hunter, so...
Scatter Arrow's a
I'm full
big
health.
no.
And it didn't have to require any skill or headshots. It was just, you shoot at the ground, they die.
I think we should give Hanzo the 6 arrows and storm arrows. He gets 50 damage per arrow, but they ricochet once.
I like it. It brings back the Scatter Arrow
It brings
mechanic,
back
which I thought,
the scatter
I thought,
arrow.
I thought Scatter Arrow was cool, but like they made it in such a weird way. And then they threw in Storm Arrow, and then it's like Hanzo literally still has Scatter Arrow in one of his highlight intros. Like, come on.
In the cinematic.
Wait.
and in a cinematic. I think they should bring Scatter Arrow back, but they should do it where the Storm Arrow, like you said before, it ricochets.
I think they
I
did
like
that
that.
for an April Fool's, where it just like kept ricocheting. But I think giving it
kept
one
going.
ricochet would be better.
I think it should ricochet like more than like 2 or 3 times. It should like do it like like a lot.
I mean, if you're gonna try and make Storm Arrow like give it some kind of skill shot to its functionality, I'm not against the idea. Just
I'm not
reduce its
against it
damage a little
all
bit.
making like Hanzo more skill based. It's just this freaking I'm just gonna shoot in one general direction and hopefully get a kill. Like get like a one-shot kill.
The thing that makes me hate Hanzo the most is I'm walking around a corner, I have no idea they have a Hanzo, and I'm dead instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Like he
I
doesn't even
understand if
see
Hanzo
me.
dives on top of you and you duel with him and he wins because he has the better aim. That makes sense. You know,
Yeah,
he has the better
especially
aim.
if,
Let him
if
win.
it's close range. Yeah, I can concede that. Yeah, it's like if the Hanzo has the better aim, he'll win that duel.
Plus, like if Hanzo's in a close range duel, he's not going to charge his arrow the full way because that means he's doing less damage per second, right?
Right.
He's
Yeah,
going to do
he'll
spam
probably-
shots, and spam
he'll
shots
probably pop
cannot
Storm Arrow.
one shot or pop Storm Arrow. Yeah, that too. But the problem with Hanzo is if he's in the back line of his own team, he can just charge shots and spam them freely without any punishment and get a one-shot kill for it.
Even Widow has the ultimate weakness of having to look at you and be there.
Oh, also, I really want to get into Widow here later. I have a lot I want to say about Widow.
Oh, we'll get there.
We'll get there.
Yeah. Keep
Is
going,
there
though.
anything that we
It's-
want for Hanzo in the 5v5 setting?
I think
I
his
don't think
overall
so.
damage needs to be reduced for 5v5. He's another tank buster.
Well, that would come in like the form of doing less damage with Storm Arrow, right?
Yeah, mostly
Yeah.
Storm Arrow. Take a little bit of damage out of Storm Arrow. For
Well, I mean,
5v5.
we've
That's the
already
only thing I
had
can
that
say.
mentioned here. I think that should just carry over. Any of the changes mentioned here, I think should just get carried over to 5v5.
Because even with my change here, we're doing like 50 less damage per usage
Mhm.
of Storm Arrow.
Yeah, that is true.
I think 5v5 is fine. He doesn't need anything extra.
I think he's okay if given the changes we've already made to him in 6v6.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know one change that needs to be made to Hanzo.
Put a picture of Sniper from TF2 in the game name box for Widow. Perfect. Josh is already on it. Thank you.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, Noah. Overwatch
Yes,
needs
being
a revealed.
needs to let you know. I agree.
Yes.
That should just be a global thing, even if like Widow uses her ultimate, because it's so hard to know when they're using it.
Unless you see or hear Sonic Arrow land, you have no idea if Hanzo can see you. Or not.
Exactly. Can we know we're being revealed?
I
'Cause
would like that.
This
I
is one
hate
thing.
when I go around a corner, I get shot the moment I peek, and like that's skill based. You know, it's Hanzo being skill based because he was aiming it before he went around the corner. But you didn't know he had sonar arrow there because it didn't
Like-
have the particle effects because it lasts longer than its actual animation.
This is one thing that Paladins does better than Overwatch is tell you when you're revealed.
And then you can know, oh, I'm revealed. Don't go around the corner. There you go. There's one less insta kill. I know the whole point of it is for Hanzo to know when someone's coming around a corner, but that's just too powerful.
I agree. You should know
And
when
it
you're
also
being
it
revealed.
also enables other members of his team as
Yeah,
well.
being revealed by itself is a powerful thing to have, let alone not knowing you're being revealed.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Ice Queen thing you did for May down there. That's good.
Yep, I think we can.
Or is
we
that
can all
the is
agree
that
on
the
this one.
witch from Lion Witch in the Wardrobe? I can't
It's
tell.
just a generic Ice Queen. It looks like
Oh,
No,
yeah,
that's
think
the
so.
witch from Lion Witch and
must
the
be some
Wardrobe.
off-brand like
Okay.
Really?
made
No,
by
it's the
a
first
church.
one. There's
That-
two, you know. There's the classics and then there's the remakes.
Is that
There's
the
also the
classic
one that Disney made,
That's the classic.
Wait.
Hmm.
and that's the better one.
Did you
Let's
not
move on.
know that there was two of them?
There's like
There are
8.
tons
There's
of them.
there's 3 Narnia movies, right?
That's right.
What? I don't think
No.
so.
Yeah, there's 3 Narnia movies. There's Wardrobe, there's the Prince, and then there's the ship.
Okay, yeah, there's that, but there were the originals before that.
There's also like
Hunter.
3
Oh.
animated versions.
Wait, I didn't know those existed.
Yeah, dude, I used to watch this as a kid. They're like these really old, like 1980s like movies.
No, I never knew there were versions of those made in the 80s. Well, I think I know what we're doing next sleepover.
Just
They're
watching
not
all the
that good,
Narnia
trust
I
movies.
me.
think I have them on VCR.
I think I
Do
do
you
too.
have a VCR player?
Yeah, I think we still do.
Yep,
If-
I just looked it up. Lion Witch in the Wardrobe and a bunch of, and Silver Chair, 1988 and 1990 respectively.
There's just too many of them. Anyway,
Okay, there are actually 3 of the classic movies, and guess what? They did the exact same ones Disney did. There's Lion Witch in the Wardrobe, Prince Caspian and the Voyage of the Dawn Treader, and Silver Chair. 1988, 1989, and 1990 respectively.
Disney didn't do Silver Chair. They split Caspian and Voyage of Dawn Treader.
and then
Oh,
they
I
stopped
forgot
because
that.
you know they got bought by 20th Century Fox, and then Disney bought them, and then didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Anyway, Junkrat.
Anyway.
Junkrat.
Changes
like
for
what they were-
Junkrat.
So I like what they were going with the idea in the experimental patches, which was giving his primary fire fall off and him dealing more damage up close. However, the damage values they gave him at the time were way too high.
Yep. He
I
should not have been
agree
able
with
to
that.
one-shot Tracer, and the damage that he did afterwards was so low it was pathetic. Junkrat needs to keep his spam capabilities, but he doesn't need to be able to kill people outright. Just point blank.
Yeah, no.
He
There
already
should be some
has
fall off, but it should be like so small you barely notice.
He already has the 2-shot combo that one-shots most characters in the game. Anyway.
Yeah.
Being more oppressive to tanks when, you know,
I mean,
he
look up
already is
his
very
damage
oppressive to
values
tanks.
real quick.
It's just insane. So I do think that he does need some fall off, but I think that it should not be as drastic as the one that they had in the experimental patch.
Okay. For direct hit, I say,
The thing about
Interesting.
Junkrat is it's tricky. Like, if we're gonna give him fall off, it's a tricky balance, because if we give him too much, he's pathetic at range, but if we don't do it right, nothing's gonna change.
I say, So let's see. What was the changes they made in the patch notes? Was it changing his direct hit up close to like 130 or something?
150.
150. Whew. Goodness.
That's why
Make
it one-shot
his-
Tracer.
Direct hit up close. Make direct hit up close 130. And at maximum fall off, which I wouldn't have the specific numbers here, but at maximum fall off, make direct hit like 80. But keep his splash damage the same, which I think is what they did before.
No,
No, they reduced
completely
his splash
reversed.
damage.
They
What,
they
really?
moved some of his damage from the splash damage into the direct shot, and then took away from direct shot whenever it had fall off.
I
Yep.
think they should keep splash damage the same no matter the range, because that doesn't make sense. Direct hit, I can understand.
It makes sense for a direct hit
Well,
to have
then you
fall
only
off
have
because
40 damage to play with for the fall off. Because then you'd be doing less damage on direct hit than splash damage, which doesn't make any sense.
I'm completely fine with that. It's the direct hit from like Junkrat spams that bother me. That splash damage don't do nothing.
I say we move some of the damage from the splash damage into his direct hit damage.
Okay, I can say
And
that,
then
but I
pull from
still
the
don't think
fall-off from there.
reducing the splash damage for fall off is a good idea. But move some of the damage from splash to the
So,
direct
like,
hit overall.
He now has a splash damage of 50, let's say. So we move 30 points
So-
into the direct hit. So then
so
we got
overall
70
just-
to play with.
So overall, just nerf splash damage, but buff direct hit, but also give direct hit fall off. Is that what you're saying?
Right. So we reduce
Mhm.
splash damage from 80 down to 50, right? And then we move 30 into direct shot. Direct damage increased from 120 up to 140. and then we pull from there.
Yeah.
Added fall off.
Like, what is his fall off
From-
range? Like, how would his work? Because his projectiles bounce around. So is his fall off like? Does it drop every time it bounces, or does it drop after a certain distance away from him?
It would work as the amount of time that the orb travels, right? Because if you shoot it straight up in the air, it's not going to travel lengthwise very much, but it travels up.
Yeah.
So it's still traveling, right? So I'd say maybe about 50 meters out to maybe 85 to give a good range.
That
So
way
then it
there's
wouldn't
still a
start
little
kicking
bit
in
of
until you're like
spam
shooting
rat.
on the other side of Hollywood or something, right?
That way there could be a little bit of spam rat left
Right.
in the world.
Okay, Josh, I don't know what you're putting, but
What are
I
all
put
of
a
these
little...
pictures? Why are there
Those
weird
from
squirrels and a
the-
creepy Yeti?
Those are
What's with
from the original Narnia.
Oh,
Why is
yeah,
this
wait, I think I
in the
remember
Junkrat
those.
section? It scares me.
They are
Go away.
weird.
The squirrels
Also,
can
look at my image I put for Junkrat.
Dead
See
rat.
Junkrat when he's caught in his own trap. I hate the beavers so much. Those are the beavers, by the way.
They look like foxes.
No, the ones
They
that
look
Josh
like
posted below
squirrels.
that.
Squirrels.
Those are squirrels, actually. They're not foxes. The ones that
Oh
you're thinking of, Hunter.
gosh!
Yeah, the ones below it. The one. Yeah, those are the beavers.
No! Why are they so ugly?
They look like they're just. They looks like they ate a chair.
They became the chair.
Yeah, those are the squirrels. I'm
No,
pretty
stop
sure.
it. No more. I don't want to
Those
see
big
any more of these ugly
those
things.
big red things are the squirrels, apparently, which is dumb.
One more.
Wait, no, we needed that.
Oh right, you do that as
No,
like a
stop.
space. I forgot that.
No,
Is this
no,
going as-
stop it. Stop!
Is this? Curious, is this going as you hoped?
Yes, this is going exactly as I expected, not as I hoped.
I just wait. I just scrolled down to Widowmaker on the Google Doc. It's I love Sombras. That needs to stay. I love the image for Sombra.
Just gonna have to do them to all of them at this point. Okay, anyway,
Why'd you put a bow for Hanzo, by the way?
you just answered
Are
your own
you
question.
serious?
Oh, I get it! Oh,
Hunter said
dang
the
it!
exact same thing.
I had to say it out loud! I had to say it out loud to get it! Gosh,
I did.
dang
I
it.
had that exact same moment. Like, how
I
long
forgot.
ago?
Don't
I
worry,
forgot.
Josh. I got it first try. I didn't even have to mention
I got it before Noah. That means something, right?
Oh, no.
I don't even think Noah saw it at that time.
I didn't notice it till now.
Okay,
I didn't pay
anyway,
attention to it.
anything for Junkrat 5v5 version. I think
There's
he might
not a
need a
lot
little
really
bit of lower
for
damage.
damage characters in 5v5, in my opinion. I think Junkrat's good in 5v5 too.
I think he
My-
might need a little bit of damage reduction, but otherwise I think he's fine.
Mostly just so he doesn't delete a tank.
Yeah.
We're just gonna have to see how it goes for him.
Cass McCree.
Macressity.
McCressity.
No, stop it with the
No.
ugly squirrels.
That's the wolf.
The wolf.
He's just a fat squirrel. Moving on. Anyway, McCree.
McCree, I feel.
I have ideas here for McCree,
All right.
mainly because. So the main thing here.
I love this. I'm subbing. Perfect.
Yes, reduce the health. Put it back to
Oh, sorry, I think they were
200.
talking about me, Mike.
McCree at 225 is too much. It's so much.
225 is too much. It makes him too strong. And there's another thing. Air roll. He must have air roll.
That's just so strong. I also want him to have air roll, and I think it's strong.
They put it in experimental twice.
Yep.
He needs
teased
the
us,
air roll.
They've teased
I
us
think
with it
air roll's
twice.
great.
So, Hunter, the reason why they haven't given him air roll yet is because the purposes that he could use it from are to get out of uppercut from Doomfist and Hammond's ground pound.
Yeah, that is
just
a
makes
lot.
him counter them even harder.
I understand that. It does a lot.
But I also want air roll.
Right. I agree. Combat roll can be really crazy if he uses it in the air after he gets uppercut or knocked back in any way, sense, or form. However,
I'm fine with this.
it's cool.
But yeah, no, what I have noticed since they did that whole experiment with the 25 increments of health, McCree has just been on the higher end of the meta. He's always been viable. He's always been useful. So taking him back down to 200 makes it to where Doomfist can take him on again like he used to, instead of having Kree survive on 25 health.
Mm-hmm.
And the air roll is just cool.
Yeah.
I want
And
the air roll because then
I have
you can
a
just
I have
jump
a
and-
change I think needs to be made. Give me a minute here.
Oh, I forgot to...
Oof, loud.
Loud.
Who's got a sody?
I wish it was
Sody
me.
Pop. Sody pop. Give me a minute here. I have to do some math real quick. Quick maths.
He was hit pretty hard by the mass fall off nerf, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So
McCree was hit very hard with the mass.
So you'd think that would take him out of the meta, but because of his increased health,
I'd say 45.
45
I
per
can
bullet?
agree. I can agree.
Like,
I
is
don't know
this
why
gonna
I
say
wrote
that
40. I
because
literally wrote
45
in my calculator 45 and typed 40 for some reason in the document. Yeah, I think 45 is better. I think he should not do more than 300 damage. He should not be doing 300 damage with a single right click ability with no cooldown.
Stop it.
Josh, please.
Please. We're trying to be serious here.
Are you gargling garlic? What is this?
Wait, was that way too loud?
That was so
really
loud.
So loud.
Let me try it a little farther away so you can actually.
No, why don't you just mute yourself and try it? There you go.
Oh, he's doing the Roblox slurp. That's what happens when you bring to attention he's drinking a soda.
I'm fine with Fan the Hammer getting a 5 damage reduction.
Yeah,
it is
because
really strong if you hit it.
It does 300 damage and it has no cooldown. The only reliance it has on is how much ammo you have in your clip.
Which is 6.
Yeah.
This way,
Like,
he can
how
still
much
kill
damage does that mean, Hunter?
250 health targets like May and Reaper, but he won't be able to do as much
And
damage.
Doomfist!
Yeah, Doomfist
Yeah,
could
'cause-
actually live now.
Dude,
Yeah,
Doomfist
because-
dies even if he has, like, all the shields in the world and he gets flashbanged.
Yeah, because if Doomfist gets stunned by McCree, it's one right
Wait,
click
I
and it's
remember
dead.
why I didn't... I remember why I wanted to do 40 damage. Because flashbang already does damage!
It does 25.
Yes, but you know what 45 times 6 is? 270. That's just like a few points away.
So, that's
included with
295. Doom can still live. He got shield health.
he's gonna live at like 5 HP.
Yeah, but he'll
He
live.
can still get away.
He will still live and then be able to get his moves off and get more health.
In theory, Doomfist could still get away.
Okay.
The
fine,
whole point of the change is to change that threshold.
fine.
And we don't want to ruin Kree to enable Doomfist.
Right. Doomfist is already going to do much better once Overwatch 2 turns him into a tank anyway.
Yeah.
You know,
True.
in the next century.
True.
Just
I just felt that
contact,
Fanhammer did too much damage against tanks anyway, to be honest.
In like 3 years, we're gonna have Blizzard 2, the sequel to the company, and they're gonna make Overwatch 3.
They're gonna disband the current Blizzard and make a new company.
Blizzard 2.
The Kree 5v5 ideas? Anyone?
For 5v5, I can't really say anything because I don't know how he's gonna fare, really. I think he'd be okay.
My main
it'd be okay.
concern with 5v5 is they have made the claim that all CC is going to be in tanks. And that's kind of dumb because Flashbang is core to McCree's kit.
Mm-hmm.
So, my main concern with him in 5v5 is if they make it to where Flashbang only does damage, like they did for Briggs' stun,
I don't think
Kree
that's
is going to
permanent.
be useless.
I think that's
Kree is going to
temporary.
be useless.
Because McCree's
other than-
flashbang's unique to him, so I don't know if they're just going to give him another attribute or something, but I don't know what it could be other than a stun, really. Because blinds don't really work in Overwatch. It's not allowed.
It has to be a stun, otherwise McCree is just not McCree anymore.
All right.
Other than that, the changes we proposed for 6v6 would probably work pretty well in 5v5.
Yeah,
Yep,
it
sure.
could go either way.
May.
Make sure May is the only damage hero that causes slowdown. Well, that's more of a Symmetra
I just
thing.
say that because I want those turrets of Sims to be nerfed.
Yeah,
I don't care if they increase
we'll
the
get to
damage.
that.
Get rid of the slowdown. Ugh.
Didn't Blizzard already announce that they were removing May's slow from her?
No, they were
They're
removing
removing
the
the
freeze.
freeze. They're removing
the
her freeze.
freeze.
She's gonna keep the slowdown, which I think is fine.
I think it should slow more, but slower, in my opinion. But it might be fine the way that it is. It's hard to tell.
Okay. Well, for 6v6, no more Sniper May. The right click
now,
gets fall off.
I also think that May needs some fall off.
Yes, agreed.
Fall off.
Agreed.
Added secondary fire.
She used to have fall off, right? But they removed it for some reason.
Yep,
that I
she
don't
was the
understand.
only projectile to have fall off, if I remember correctly.
Far mercy. I get it.
We need to kill Pharmacy.
Let's say 45. Yeah.
Reduce Ice Wall health?
Yes.
I also think that Pillars of Ice Wall need to be reduced, but I think 350 would be the better change.
Yeah, 350.
Really?
If you're gonna
I
reduce
feel like-
it,
I kind of feel like
350.
300's better.
Because
Well,
that's 300 per each individual wall piece, right?
Yeah.
That's just
I'm
one
still fine with
McCree
that.
right click, and then it's gone.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
gotta
it
be able to
needs that.
withstand one right click.
I feel like it should be 350. I think I'm gonna overrule that and say 350. Sorry.
All right, fine.
And this can just be removed because that does not pertain to May.
Okay, fine. Any 5v5 decisions for May?
Make her a tank.
Yes, make her a tank. I agree.
I think if you like nerf some of her some of the ice wall capabilities, I think that immediately removes her tankiness, really.
Well, that's why they're in separate lists. One doesn't flow into the other one.
Cryosis is like the one tankiness thing she should keep, even if she stays in damage in 5v5, I feel.
Yeah, no one said anything.
No
about
one said we're
touching
going
that.
to remove that from her. I'm just saying move her over to tank. There you go.
And give her fall off on her right click. That's literally all we've said.
Want to give her a really funny change? I had an idea for.
Make her a support. Done.
Give Cryosis its own HP. It has like 2,000 health.
Okay. Moving on.
What?
I've actually thought about giving May's Ice Block health instead, so you could break her out of it, but it just doesn't really work for the job that it's supposed to do.
I know, but it stalls for a really long time.
Yep. And then you kill her immediately after. Done.
Yeah.
Ice Block's like the one move that breaks the rule of Overwatch where someone can just be invincible. And I don't appreciate that it can just be invincible because like even Zarya bubbles have the ability to break them.
Wait, I had an idea.
Immortality field can be removed or be
Trigus.
booped out of.
I have an idea. What if Cryosis it has like 2000 HP or something like that, and you have to break it. But whether Cryosis breaks through damage or through Mei triggering it herself, Cryosis does very light AoE damage and knockback to keep
what is
people from
this?
just hugging
The
with Cryosis.
PvE
That is
trailer?
literally one of the PvE things that they showed off.
I kind of think it could work though.
I don't think it should work
No,
that
no,
way
no,
unless
Noah,
we're going
here's
to
what you
rework
do,
her into
okay?
a tank. In which
Okay,
case,
guys,
it
this
should
is
slow people around her. But
if
not
if we're
damage.
trying to find a solution to destroying Ice Block, I have a solution. Okay?
Okay.
Ash Dynamite melts it. There you go.
Oh, and not Fire Strike, Torb Ult, just Ash Dynamite. Gotcha.
Just Ash Dynamite. Ash counters Mei now. There you go. Problem solved.
I
Imagine
think
if
that
there
Mei
was
should be able to
elemental
be broken
counters
out of
in the
Ice
game.
Block.
Imagine if there were elemental counters in the game.
Yo, there'd be like 3. Oh, there was one more for Winston I wanted to add. Hold up.
Oh, what?
Oh,
What do
what?
you want to
Winston
do?
change. Winston's...
You stop that! Wait, I've never seen that before. The freaking Velma May. I've never seen that.
Oh,
That's amazing.
I hate that I've seen that.
Amazing.
I hate
my
that you said
gosh. You stop that. Oh, I've seen the one with Velma saying you stop that, but the Velma is really good.
Winston does 50% more damage to deployables.
Yes. That's
Yeah,
my suggestion.
that makes sense. I like
I guess, yeah, that does make sense, because he's firing an
This
electricity
is one that I've
gun.
had in my mind for a long time, and I almost passed
I
it up.
forgot about that. That's actually a good one that I agree with.
Because he
You
used to
should-
be able to destroy sim turrets instantly.
So yeah, you could apply that to sim turrets, Torb turret, sim teleporter,
And
Junkrat mines, Junkrat
Immortality
trap,
field.
immortality field. That makes sense too in their context.
Because he does electric things, and he zap.
I don't know how it makes sense for Junkrat trap, but you know, we'll go with
just
it.
triggers it early. Stop
Okay.
finding demon pictures of May.
I love that one especially.
It's so dumb.
Wait, I love the CVS pharmacy as well. That's
Pharmacy, more like pharmacy.
I still don't think Mei should be a tank, especially after they removed the freeze capability she had in
No,
5v5.
the freeze
I don't.
capability is what made her a tank. Really.
Yeah, with them removing that in 5v5, I think she can stay DPS.
Yeah, I just like her to move over to tank,
I would love for her
so
to
then
just
I
go
can
to
see
tank.
less of her.
Mhm.
All right,
All right,
Farah time. All
Contrary
right,
to
Sugar, I know
popular
what you're
belief.
instantly gonna add.
What?
What?
I was saying I know what Strigus is instantly
Oh,
gonna add
what
in.
is it? Tell me, I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be that her.
No!
Josh.
Wait, it's still here! No! Stop it! No!
I keep looking at him.
Such a good
How do I
image.
change your permissions?
Okay.
No, I'm the only comedy on this.
Josh, this is a discussion, not a comedic.
I think
is
We're
not
having
a
a
place
serious
for demon May
discussion about a
pictures.
video game.
No, I see that. Stop. Stop.
Well, while Strigus is distracted, I will make
what
a
I was gonna
suggestion.
say
that.
is you've mentioned this before, Shrigus, about concussive blast dealing damage to barriers.
I have
I've heard this
since
before.
changed that. I
Really?
would like concussive blast to do something, but I don't know if I want it to do damage to barriers any longer. I
not
would
even
like.
get,
Tell
like,
me-
no,
Yeah.
just like straight 100 damage and nothing else. Just like that's it.
Well, I don't know yet. It needs something. Josh, stop it! I don't want to see that picture anymore. Stop! Alright, anyway. No, stop! Cease! Stop this!
Twitch emote. There's so many of them.
I hate this picture.
Strigus, let him have one at the very bottom.
Give
of
him
the
one.
document.
Give him one.
You
Give
get
him
one
one.
at the
Bottom of
bottom,
document.
and when we
One
get
at
to
the
the
bottom.
end, I'm
one at the
deleting it.
bottom. Put it down at
Stop.
the. Put it down with space.
Yeah, put it down next to space.
Put it down next to space. Or the picture of the beaver.
There you go. There you go.
Ah! May jump scare 2020.
Wait, Josh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna remove it for like a second, but I swear I'm adding it back. Hold on. Okay, I'm done now.
Okay.
Okay.
I like how that was funny exactly one time.
I know. I just wanted to try it one more time. Okay.
All right,
moving on
anyway.
along.
For Farah, first suggestion I'm going to make is Farah, her primary fire should do more damage to barriers. It would just be like an
Interesting.
additive, like plus 20, plus 30 more damage to barriers.
You know, I kind of like that more than like Soldier Helix Rocket doing it because
Well,
that
I
gives
want
like
it
Farah
also in
a new
combo
job.
with Soldier's Helix Rocket because it's both from Helix.
Yeah, it's both from the same company.
Yeah.
That would give it like a thematic piece
Like
to it.
in canon, Helix is a weapons company, so it would make sense that they develop something to counter hard light barriers.
Right, but would it be all of Helix, or would it be a specific weapon that Farah
Yeah, it would
has?
just be the
'Cause I
rocket.
feel like
Yeah, just the rocket types.
I feel like giving it to Farah only would give Farah like a specific new job, considering how in the current meta, Echo just kind of replaces Farah.
Well, Farah doesn't care about barriers.
Yeah, that's
She
the
goes
thing.
over
Farah-
them.
Yeah,
It's just
Farah
like
goes
a
over
side
them.
benefit of, hey, I'm just going to help my team break this barrier down.
Yeah, but giving that to Soldier as well, that still makes it so that, for one thing, Soldier is already mega buff.
Soldier
regardless
has really
of...
bad barrier break, though.
Yeah, I agree with Mike on that one. Soldier's barrier break is best middle of the road.
It's like really bad. This would just give him a little extra push because it's taking away his ability to kill somebody on the field and replace that
guess.
with getting rid of a barrier.
Because if he hits a barrier with rocket, he's only damaging the barrier. He's not damaging the person.
This would have helped a lot in double barrier, but
You know.
that
All right.
Instead, we ended
Shut
up
up,
having
phone.
barriers be useless.
All right, add the Farah change then. And you know what? Personally, I think Farah in the current meta of Overwatch doesn't have enough hoverjet fuel.
I agree with that. As someone who plays Farah every now and then, I agree with that. Echo can stay in the air like twice as long as Farah can.
Yeah, give Farah like either 3, maybe 4 seconds of fuel, because the current duration is literally only 2 seconds.
And if you run out, you're gonna drop like a rock into a horrible position.
All right, I'm
I
back.
know,
What
the
were we talking about?
idea is to use the jump jets to combo with it. So
Well,
you use
yeah,
the
I
jump
know
jets
that's
to
the
get in the air,
idea. I know that's the idea.
And
we're-
buff jump jets. Why is it a 10-second cooldown? I'm tired of so many movement abilities having like double digits of cooldowns. That's so annoying.
Hers is 10 seconds because then you can cycle through with her regular hover jets.
I know.
You can maintain the same amount of aerial average with the combination of hover jets and jump jets.
I know, but if you look at Echo, she stays in the air for longer, not just because of her
But Echo
her
also falls
ability,
and doesn't maintain
but also
that height.
But also Echo's glide keeps her in
Echo-
the air
Echo-
for forever.
Echo floats.
Right, she floats. She doesn't stay in the air. She falls down.
Yeah, but by the time she gets her cooldown back, she hasn't reached half the vertical drop that Farah would.
Well, not necessarily, but
I still think either we need to significantly buff hover jets, significantly buff jump jet, or mildly buff both.
well, they already buffed hover jets lately, where you get more conservation, so you can use hover jets more.
I think hover jets duration should be buffed. To up to
I
You
agree
can
with
give
Noah
more
on that
resource
one.
to hover jets.
I'll give
Yeah.
more resource to hover jets.
Yeah, more resource.
Give it another second. Give it 3 seconds of duration.
Because
I
at
kind of
least-
wanted jump jet to have like a 9 or 8 second cooldown, but
Well, I mean, Jump Jet has the same cooldown as Coach Gun, so
Alright, anyway, I'm going to make my suggestion.
personally, I think Coach Gun should be like an 8 or 9 second cooldown as well. But
I disagree with that one.
okay.
It does way too much stuff. I think it's fine.
Coach Gun. If you hit a point blank Coach
does.
Gun, you do 90 damage. So I think 10 seconds is fair.
It's just simple.
Okay.
And then Noah, you can add yours with the fuel.
I did have another one, though.
Was it the armor?
I think we should give Farah some armor.
Yeah,
Not
why
much.
not? That makes sense.
My only concern about that is if we do that, the entire hit scan fall off nerf needs to be reverted immediately.
Well, I'm not saying
Well,
we
I had
should be
already had
buffing
in
her
mind that
health.
we're changing all of the hit scan.
We're not buffing her health
back.
in total, are we? We're just like replacing some of her already existent health with
Right.
armor, right? That would be weird though. Farah does not strike me as a character with a base 150 HP pool.
Well, she's about the same size as a regular person, but I could see where you're coming from. It would just be too much to give her armor on top of a larger health.
Yeah, it would absolutely be too
Alright.
much to give her armor on top of a 200 health.
It's just
Like-
weird that she has less base health than her mother.
I think it's odd that she's in an entire
This
body suit and
does
she has the
mean-
same health as Anna.
Like, okay,
Yeah,
She's
but that
just
too.
a chiseled old woman, you know?
looking
Anna's
at looking at the numbers you've put down here, once the armor is gone, Ash can pop Farah like Tracer.
I mean, you could double headshot Farah anyway. This does
Yeah,
not
you
change
could-
that.
this-
It's just
That
like
wouldn't change
spam
anything.
damage.
Yeah, it just reduces some of the spam damage that Farah gets. And I agree, Farah takes a lot of flack and could probably use a little armor to block some
This
of it.
just makes it so that Farah doesn't actually need Mercy as much. It just doesn't get rid of
Right.
Mercy
The
in
main
total.
problem with Farah, like playing
Is
Farah
Mercy.
without a pocket support, is getting the tickle damage.
If
you know?
you don't have a pocket as Farah, you're going to struggle to do anything, and you're going to struggle to live. But if you have a pocket as Farah,
It's
the enemy's going to struggle to even kill you.
it's getting tickle damaged when you're Farah,
Mhm.
and luckily armor reduces tickle damage significantly. So
Yeah.
I think that's a necessary evil.
As long as it reduces the need for pharmacy, I'll take it.
And there is a change that I have for Mercy in mind, but we're gonna get there.
I have one too. I have a few I would recommend.
My only change for Mercy is reduced damage boost.
But we're not going
Rebirth!
into that yet. Is there
I don't
anything
think
for
Farah
Farah
has
in
anything
5v5?
that needs to be
I think
changed for
Farah
5v5.
5v5 is fine.
I think she might need a little bit, just like Junkrat, where she might need a little bit of damage reduction. But at the moment, I think it's fine until we could.
Is it
you know,
weird
test
that I think if we did make it so that every projectile hero in the game had fall off, is it weird for me to think Farah should not have
Farah's
fall off?
firing a rocket that's being driven by its own thrust. Of course it wouldn't have fall off.
I guess that would be the same with Helix Rocket, wouldn't it? No,
Yeah.
no.
There's
Yeah.
a lot that
Yeah,
don't
okay.
need fall off. It's just that some of them
If
do.
it's being propelled by its own power, no fall off.
And then there's May with an icicle.
And then there's May, whose icicle should melt in the air.
it should just like disappear at a certain range, just just fizzle out.
Yep. You should just fizzle.
I mean, that was way funnier to me in my head than it should have been.
It just goes all the way down, and somebody gets hit with like a water drop.
Okay, Reaper.
Reaper.
Time to nerf him. Time to nerf him so much.
Oh no, it's horizontal legs.
I like horizontal.
Did you have to go
legs.
into an external program to rotate this, or can you do it in the thing?
Yeah, I had to rotate it.
Wait, you can rotate it in the thing.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Okay. Anyway, I like that. I like that though. That just
All
means
right.
we need to copy paste that for BAP, for vertical legs.
Already done?
Nice.
Okay.
Perfect.
Hold on.
No, are you typing right now?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
I don't know who's who other than Josh is the purple one.
I wouldn't know the mathematical way to consider this, but maybe
I mean,
this
it's just
or would it be this?
a revert to what he had before.
Yeah, just
Okay.
revert.
Please revert it. He did not
He
need a
did
spread
not need
angle
that.
buff. He did not need it.
And also, how much damage
was
does
already
Reaper do
good.
currently?
120
120.
per shot, which I
Wait,
think
did they buff his damage
fine.
or his lifesteal?
They buffed his
His
life
life
steal.
steal is
They nerfed his
35%.
damage for the spread, so we need to revert that too.
Revert the lifesteal. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, just take that back.
Because if you're gonna remove the spread or add the spread back, you also need to change his damage back from 120 to 140.
Because when they
maybe
reduced his
130.
spread,
I don't know.
when they reduced Reaper's spread and increased his lifesteal, he became a monster
Mm-hmm.
again.
But
And we had-
maybe 130 damage instead of 140.
I'm not sure what difference that makes.
I don't know. I feel like 130 would be better.
I feel like the Reaper before those specific two changes is the one we need.
Ah, the phone
not the
again.
one-
I liked Old Reaper.
Old
I think
Reaper is better.
he felt way more balanced back then.
Now, if Reaper doesn't get one shot by Widow, Hanzo, or a Hog Hook, he'll mow down most of your team. Is that fair? That a fair assessment?
Yeah.
Now, fortunately, where we play the game, Reaper players are bad. But the higher up you go, the more those people are decent.
What's so funny?
What I found for Anna.
What'd you find?
Oh Lord.
I like that.
All right, I'm back.
Check
What are we
this
talking about?
Anna.
Sorry, that was the president of the United
We're talking about Anna right now.
Why are we switching all the way down to Anna?
Because
look.
Josh found a picture.
I've seen that. I like it.
Funny. Also, I may be hated for this decision.
Okay. We're already halfway there. Reducing the Death Blossom range. Death Blossom's like already a trash ult. You know that,
Yeah,
right?
Death Blossom is circumstantial at best.
I think
I
you're just
genuinely
salty.
feel like I do not have enough time to react to Death Blossom.
Okay,
Even if
he
I'm like a
can get-
mile away. I feel like I take damage from Death Blossom if I'm miles away.
I think that's just you being
I think
you,
that's
Noah.
just you being salty.
I think Death Blossom is fine. It's like Barrage. It's an ultimate that can team wipe, but it is so easy to counter.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like its range is a little too much.
As
Though.
long as you're just not stupid,
Because you can hit
see
people
it
that are
coming.
off of your screen when using Death Blossom as Reaper.
I think you're just salty.
I think I agree with Mike. I think you're just salty about this one.
It's just even in the I know it's a lower rank thing, but in the lower ranks, it just feels so easy to get like a quad kill as with Death Blossom.
No,
Yeah,
think
because
of all of the
people-
pro players when we're talking about characters he plays.
Yeah, they don't play Reaper because his primary fire's not good.
Now it is good, and still nobody's playing him.
Yeah,
You
now
wonder why.
now he is good, and they still don't play him.
It's because of his teleport. I agree, his teleport.
His teleport is sad.
changes.
I would rather have a change to his teleport than a change to his ultimate, because his ultimate's fine.
I would love to buff his teleport.
I think his teleport should be way quieter. Maybe
Absolutely.
a little bit faster.
Definitely faster at the very least.
I don't know how strong being fast would be, so that's why I was a bit cautious of it.
If the noise had to stay the same, I say make it faster.
So I say my suggestion for Reaper, other than the spread angle damage being reduced, nonsense, reverted, whatever, is that his teleport should be quieter.
Mm-hmm.
What is it called? Shadow Step. I always forget. I always think it's called
Nobody uses it.
repositioning, but I know that's not right.
Repositioning.
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 Shadow Step is quieter. And not quitter.
Shadow Step is a quitter.
Shadow Step is a quitter move. And slightly faster.
Just
Done.
thought I'd put this here.
Why he's so old?
That's his official render for
I
Overwatch
know,
2.
I hate it.
What?
I
Why
know.
did he get a second scar? I don't think he had that before, did he?
Where's the
No.
second?
I thought he just had one scar. He's got two on him.
Yup. No, he had that
No, he
before. I'm
does
looking
have
at his
two.
Overwatch 1
maybe
render.
it's just more
Yeah.
pronounced.
Oh,
They
like
gave
on
him
the
a-
slip?
His hair is way more slicked back now, though.
I don't like that. I like old
Like he
Soldier.
styled his hair.
Why is his beard and mustache two different colors?
He's old. That's why.
Yo,
That's right.
Soldier was born this year. Neat.
Yeah. He was actually. Wait.
Now we just gotta find somebody who's
Date
named
of
Soldier
birth
76.
2021. That's what it says on the wiki.
Oh my lord!
Guys, we need to find John Francis Morrison
Yo, he's
now.
gotta be out there somewhere.
We need to go search for him like the three wise men looked for the Messiah. We'll follow the star of horizontal legs.
We're all soldiers now. Alright, anyway. Is there anything left for Reaper?
I think if you made like the main three changes, not the Death Blossom one, 'cause that's kind of not gonna change anything at all. He'll be fine for 5v5.
I'm even fine with the 35% lifesteal if we changes if we revert the spread angle and damage back. I think that's
Yeah,
fine.
it's like one would have been fine, but not both.
Yeah, not both.
So
one needs to go.
you guys were the ones who complained the most about Soldier 76. What are your opinions on nerfing Soldier?
Alrighty, here we go.
I don't complain about Soldier. I love the new Soldier.
I hate new Soldier. And
I
I'll
will
tell you
say
why.
though. Okay, yeah, he goes first. He goes first. He's the complainer.
They changed how his gun worked.
Mm-hmm.
The end. Anyway, but
I like
making
new gun,
him
though.
pinpoint with recoil is just a personal attack on me specifically because I can't deal with the recoil. But other than that,
You're just upset because you can't play soldier.
yeah, because I
That's
can't
what
play
it is.
soldier. But from a gameplay perspective, they actually recently buffed his damage back from 19 to 20, and that's way too strong because he was already doing really well,
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
now
I
he's
was about
just
to say
overpowering.
they buffed the damage here recently. I couldn't remember what they buffed it to specifically though.
Literally from 19 to 20. They
And
just
while
gave
I
him
like
one.
having increments of 20, it's too strong, and I think it needs to go back to 19 or maybe even 18. But
Yeah, no, I agree that
You can do
Soldier's
19.
main damage needs to be either reverted to 19 or maybe nerfed a little bit.
I think that's the only thing he really needs. Everything else is
yeah, for the
perfect.
most
They
part,
already nerfed
since they
Heal
changed
Field.
heal field a little bit lower, I think
Wait.
he's just fine other than that.
I know what needs to be changed. Tactical visor can be hacked.
Well, I agree. I don't.
That would make
I don't know why that came across so funny to me. While I agree, I don't.
that would already make a mostly useless ult even worse.
Well,
I
now
know,
that
but
they
it makes
changed it so he doesn't have
sense.
fall off, it's much better.
Well, yeah, but it's
It's
still
still
a bad
bad.
ult. It's still
It
bad
makes
ult.
sense though.
I agree, but also no.
No.
From 20 damage to 19 damage.
Okay. We'll just leave everything else
Yeah.
the same then. I think he's fine.
Yeah, like they nerfed Heal Field, which was one of Trace's main
Sombro!
complaints.
Sombro.
Sombrero.
I'm moving immediately to 5v5 because reasons.
Oh, okay. 'Cause, you know, she's
5v5
changed there.
Sombra is overpowered.
Why? That's the best one.
It's really, really powerful.
I think they should
As
at
a
least give
Sombra
it another
player, I
second.
found out how powerful that can be.
My change. Oh, okay. We're just not gonna discuss anything.
Hang on.
I think there does need to be a damage buff, just not as much as it is now.
I say 30% instead of 50.
I say 30%, just 50%.
Like, 5v5 Sombra is terrifying.
You know, it's interesting. All three of these changes we've offered here, I would only take one of these. Because if you're going to reduce the percentage that the hack targets receive, I would be completely fine with hacking while invisible.
Right.
You know what? I'll remove it just for the sake of that, because we both agree on the same thing, that the damage reduction should be lowered.
I think that hack also needs one of the two. It either needs to be the 50% damage buff with like an extra second or two, or the 30% with the same cooldown that it has now. Because you could just keep hacking somebody over and over and over and dealing 50% more damage.
Yeah,
Right.
that's dumb.
And
Like,
I think
either-
that the 30% damage buff is better than the cooldown increase.
Either do the 50% damage buff with an increased cooldown, or the 30% with the same cooldown.
if you watched the gameplay that they showed off on the Dorado map, that Sombra managed to hack the Winston like 3 times.
And he's revealed for so long.
Yeah, that's
and he
another.
just has the
that's another
increased
thing.
damage from Sombra beating him.
6v6, not much I can think of.
I think the only
Really?
change for
Sombra's-
Sombra would be maybe just a little bit of increase to her damage.
I feel like Sombra's kind of weak in 6v6.
I kind of
Not gonna
think.
lie.
You know what? Let me look it up real quick. What is her current spread?
2.4 degrees. She has a very small spread. Hunter does not think so, but she does.
No, it is not small at all.
I can agree. It's a small spread.
I
but
don't
when
think
it
you can
comes,
reduce it more without just making it pinpoint at that point, which is
well,
not necessary.
what about like 2 degrees?
Well, then it doesn't change anything. It's so small of a spread that changing it would just make it pinpoint.
Yeah. I guess.
And I think she needs to keep her spread so that, she just doesn't kill pharaohs from across the map.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'd say make her damage a little bit more, but that might just be me. Not
In
being able to-
I
Overwatch
think
1, in
Sombra
Overwatch
does
2, I think the damage values they went
fine.
for is pretty good.
I think Sombra does a fine amount of damage. Like if you buff it too much, she'll be able to kill a lot of things.
Sombra is fine. Let's go talk about Symmetra.
All right,
Symmetra is not fine. Symmetra is trouble.
I like that picture, by the way, Josh.
The
Symmetra.
Symmetra one. I also like the Torbjorn one. I like the Torbjorn one.
All
Because
right,
you can play the game while just in the bathroom.
we're all thinking this.
Yes, please. I don't even care if you buff its damage. Just reduce the slowdown.
Yes.
It's
I
so
agree.
bad.
Is it 40 damage a second, maybe? I'll have to look.
If it's 40 damage, it's
It's
40
hold
damage.
on, I have it pulled up here.
40 damage per second to
Do it
maybe
like
50. 50 damage
I think
per second.
45 would be a better one.
Yeah,
to be honest.
if it's 40, I'd say increase it by 5. I wouldn't increase it by 10. You don't
Otherwise,
want them
I'm
to increase it.
completely fine with turrets. It's just a stupid slowdown.
Yeah, the slowdown is the worst part of Symmetra.
slows you-
Yeah.
Each turret slows you down by 20% and it stacks.
Mhm. It's dumb. Like, at a minimum, if I could change
5%.
something, I'd say make it so that they don't stack. But they shouldn't slow at all, in my opinion.
If they did stack, but do it 5%. Jeez.
An additional 5% per turret,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be too bad.
I hold the opinion of no slow at all.
Yeah, I also have the high
Me too.
opinion of no slow at all.
I'm just saying, if Blizzard were stubborn and said it has to slow down because lore, then just do it like 5% or something. I don't know.
If you're gonna use lore as an excuse to have a bad mechanic in your game, change the lore.
I don't even know if that's in the lore. It's just there.
And in addition to this change, because they need compensation for something other than just slightly higher damage per second, I'd say they should move faster.
Like fly through the air.
You know what?
fast?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, I
I'm
agree.
fine with that. Yeah,
I think it should move like double the speed it already moves at, or at least like 50% more.
'Cause they feel kind of slow.
Yeah, put it like 20 or like put it like 25 or 30. That's what I say.
I'd say 25.
is fine.
Do 25.
25
25
is
meters
fine.
per second.
Oh yeah, it's meters per second. Whoops.
I agree. That is a good decision.
That
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
they get out a little bit faster, so they don't just get popped
Mhm.
immediately.
You can just see them like slowly fly past your face and you just pop them. I have shot
Melee 'em.
turrets out of the air as McCree without any skill whatsoever.
I've
So
done it.
easily.
I've done it accidentally trying to aim at somebody else.
Dude, do it on purpose. That just shows how easy they are to shoot out of the sky.
Oh,
It
yeah,
makes
I've
sense
done it
when
on
you shoot it
purpose a
accidentally.
lot. I've done it on purpose a lot.
I've done
Oh,
purposefully
easy to shoot them.
to block Roadhog Hook and High Noon from killing me. I throw a turret in their direction and I live.
Does that actually work?
Yeah,
Yes, it does.
it's fantastic.
You can block hook with it. You can block hook. You can block high noon.
All right.
Oh, that's
Block a lot
brilliant.
of things.
This may also be a bit controversial, but I think that Symmetra should gain lifesteal when damaging barriers.
It
It
depends
should
on.
refill her shield
time.
health while damaging barriers.
There you go. I'm
I-
fine with that.
Am fine with that. That's fine. However, people could say that Symmetra could be then like too tanky against like Reinhardt or
She's
something.
not tanky enough to do her job at the moment.
I know,
Even
no,
with the
never
extra
mind. Actually,
25
she'd be too
health.
tanky against Orisa because she can't pull away the barrier.
Yeah, well, sucks
So
to
then
suck,
don't
doesn't
play
it?
Orisa. Easy.
Don't play Orisa. Play literally anybody
Dude,
else.
Why do people play Orisa against Symmetra? That's a terrible choice.
Yeah, if the enemy team has a Sim and you're running Orisa, you're just begging your
I
team to
wouldn't
get
say
microwaved.
gains. I would say recharges. That's a better phrasing for it. Because gains could be misinterpreted as temp shields.
Oh, I would have specified temp shields, but that's fine.
Yeah, I just thought I'd put it in there.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with the idea of her having a shield lifesteal, so to speak.
I also
That's
have
so
one
large, though.
more
I'm gonna have to
thing.
make it smaller.
I have one more
I just
thing
wanted you
I need to
see
do.
it first.
I have something I need to say.
Alrighty.
Oh no.
I hear a lot of scrolling.
I wanted to see what he wanted to say.
Okay, I was gonna suggest a change to the teleporter health, but I didn't know how much health to reduce it by.
We're not
know?
reducing it. We're going to completely inverse the numbers they have on there. Because that's stupid. Stupid. 250 shield health?
No, that's so it doesn't die to spam damage.
Here a minute. Give me a minute here. How'd you write it? Did you put like a little thing there?
Yeah, I just put a little slash.
At least like do this. I feel like that would be better. We're not reducing the health. We're just changing the pool.
That's fine.
That's fine.
I'm okay with that change.
I wouldn't completely invert the current numbers, but
Yeah, I wouldn't either, but like
readjusting them is fine.
250 shields! That's ridiculous!
It's just that, you know, it's to prevent it from dying for spammage.
I understand that, but still, I think 250 is too much. I think this would be a better number to put in.
I agree to that.
Especially with all the setup it takes to get a teleporter to actually
I don't know why I
work.
said I was inversing the health. I meant the just
Rearrange.
changing the rearranging the numbers.
Yeah,
in
it's
general.
like when they readjusted Diva's health to armor ratio.
Yeah.
You put a lot of Moyer memes here. Wow.
Oh, great.
I forgot what. Oh yeah, I did.
I like that. Is this healing? The Brig one. I love that Brig image so much.
Josh really is just our comedic relief, isn't he?
He's just messing around with putting images in.
All right.
I
Any changes
don't think
for
Symmetra-
5v5?
I don't think there's any 5v5 changes for Sim really.
Because I feel like she might be a bit overbearing if there's only one tank.
I feel like
Yeah.
Sim's not going to be in a good spot in 5v5. I'm just going to say it. Her playstyle is very defensive. And
I think she's either going to be really good or mediocre, but not bad.
I'm leaning towards mediocre, edge towards bad.
Because she's either going to be fantastic against the one tank by teleporting her team behind him and just, like, zapping everyone. Or she's just going to be used as much as she is now. Where she's not bad, she's just rare.
Torbjorn changes, anyone?
Yes, Torbjorn should now have 7 turrets. If Torbjorn dies, he automatically gets play of the game.
Quick question, does Torb turrets have fall off?
I don't think so.
Checking right now. They do not.
Okay.
Nope.
But
oh, thanks, Ad.
Kind of should stay that way. Like they shouldn't
No,
have fall
I
off.
disagree heavily.
Really?
Torb
Turret
turret
should
gets
have-
fall off. What range
turret
of fall
needs
off?
fall
Should
off.
it be like
Well,
Ash fall off?
Listen, Torb turret already has an attack range, like a range that the turret
Yes.
actually attacks at,
Yes.
and I would consider that to be its technical fall off.
You know that range is larger than Lucio's beat, right?
It's huge.
It's
Yeah.
huge. You have to go across like the entirety of Junkertown in order to get out of that.
It's
Maybe,
a
like-
huge range. It needs fall off.
It needs some fall off. I would
Okay,
say,
you know, I can see the problem now, because the main problem is, why does the turret not have fall off when you're trying to shoot the turret yourself and your fall off
And you have
damage
fall
can't
off,
kill the
that's the
turret?
point.
Yeah. Your fall off damage, especially after the huge mass nerf,
Either
can't kill the
stuff.
turret.
Sorry.
Okay, either add a fall off for the damage, or reduce its max range in total. I feel like I like the latter more.
I like the fall off better, because then we don't
I
have
like-
to mess with anything. I say we
kinda
give it
like-
fall off maybe between like 25 meters and then to the 40, so then he just stops altogether.
I kind of like the latter, just like making his max range for the turret 25.
Wait, so
But
what?
then it won't
fall
ever
off
shoot
are we-
anybody.
What fall off are we speaking of? Like, what were the numbers?
25 to the max of 40. Just a straight linear drop. Because
that?
if you change his max range down to 25, he's not gonna like ever shoot anybody unless they're right next to him.
Yeah, no, like, Torp turret counters Pharah, Echo, and because of all of the mass hit scan nerfs, they have a hard time killing turret before it kills them. The only hit scan that can deal with turret is Widow.
Okay.
Because
So-
of the global hit scan nerf, you just can't kill Torb turret without a projectile character.
So we have to have something to rein Torb turret in.
So I think giving him fall off is a good suggestion.
Isn't that like close to McCree range for fall off? Like,
Looks like it. I think Kreese is
I think
20.
Kreese is like 20 to 40.
Yeah.
So he gets like an extra 5 meters.
Yeah, and it's whatever. It can always
Yeah.
be changed. It's just a guess.
Yeah.
You know
For
what I
5v5, Torb might actually be an oppressive force because you have another character on your team, and that's way more important than in the 6v6.
Right click, right click, right click, right click, right click.
Who's doing the right clicking?
Or
Oh, okay. Oh no.
oh,
Please
Funny
don't
hammer.
increase the funny hammer.
no.
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 I am not associated with this.
No.
Listen. For one thing, Forge Hammer already does less damage and damage per second than his secondary fire. I
Yeah,
want
the
it to have at
secondary
least a
fire
little
uses
use.
ammo.
Mm-hmm.
I want
This
it
is
to
a
have
shot
at least
that
a
can't
little
miss.
use.
His secondary
Okay.
fire is a shotgun.
I want it to have a little use, okay?
It has a use, healing the turret,
Yeah.
and funny hammering the Mercy whenever she gets too close. You must show Torb dominance.
Funny hammer.
The funny hammer.
I'm keeping it there. I don't care what you guys say.
I liked it whenever Overload made it do more damage. That was funny.
That was fun.
I remember that.
Was that in an April Fool's or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Card?
It did like what, more than 100 damage? I can't
Yeah.
remember.
I think it
that
did like
was great.
110. I think they doubled its damage.
Oh yeah, it's 110. It was 110. And it still kept like the increased swinging speed.
Yep, that was dumb.
It was
Okay.
funny.
So for 5v5, I think Torb might need to be toned back a bit because you're literally gaining a new hero over your opponents. And that's way
Yeah.
more important in 5v5 than 6v6.
My main thing with Torbjorn for 5v5 is maybe nerfing his shotgun damage. Because his shotgun can just melt through
Right.
tanks, especially if you use Overload.
I think a good
I'm
way
actually
to
gonna
nerf
go get.
Torb...
I'm gonna go get some water real quick. I'm a little parched from all this talking.
Yeah, that's fine. It might be a little odd at first, but I think we should increase Torb's right-click damage, but make it so that he can't headshot. I know it might seem odd.
Interesting. I get the idea. Doesn't make sense, however, considering that it's literal rivets.
It's fragments of rivets.
That's like saying that that road hogs primary and secondary fire can't headshot.
Yeah, I thought it was a little odd. I might not suggest that.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Rivet gun is using basically a hotter version of Roadhog's primary and secondary fire.
Yeah. It's just that it needs a change. It needs to do like less because right click is just so strong for Torb. But I don't
I just think it
know
needs to
what
be
could
nerfed
change.
overall. Like it's literally 125 damage per shot. That's insane.
And it's like one of the better shapes to hit. I wouldn't know this from experience, but because I can't hit
I'd
anything
say it
with
needs
right
to
click.
be. I'd say it needs to be nerfed to like a 110 per shot. I believe that would be 11 per pellet.
I thought that it did like 105.
Alright, I'm back.
Did they change
No,
it?
it's 125 per shot if every rivet hits.
Oh, they did change it. It was 105. That was 2 years ago, so.
I'd say like 110. So that's 11 per pellet.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. We're discussing Torb right click, by the way, Hunter.
Oh, good. You actually
Yeah,
listened to me before.
I say
I
make Torb
agree
right
with
click
you, Hunter.
110.
We're doing 110 per shot, also 11 per pellet. That's the go.
Wait,
Can we
no,
add
that's
that
more
to-
damage.
What? No, I'm referring to that's what the math goes up to. 110 per shot
Oh,
is
11
11
damage
per
per
pellet.
pellet.
Yes.
Can we add that to the live game? Too?
Yes.
Torb
please.
right click's oppressive, and I hate it.
It is strong.
Does a lot of damage.
Yeah, that could just go in the live part. I'll suggest it.
Torb can already two-shot you with
Torb
headshot with
secondary
his
fire
primary.
damage reduced per pellet from
All right.
125
we've been on turret.
or 125.
That 12.5 is the per pellet, so yeah, you can do
to
that.
11 damage per pellet.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Josh is laughing. That
Tracer!
means that something's happened.
Oh, I just scrolled down and saw that meme.
Tracer! I like how Baptiste is vertical legs.
Yeah, it's vertical legs. Horizontal legs.
Vertical legs.
That's funny.
Wait, are we moving
Tracer
on to
though?
Tracer?
I mean, it's Tracer. Not really much to say, is there?
Yeah, the game's built around her, so
Yeah.
I mean, she's in a good spot now, and I think she'll be a good spot in 5v5.
Yeah.
Everyone who
We
did
can
the
just skip Tracer.
test said that Tracer felt good. Okay,
Widow.
Widow. I want to make the first suggestion.
all right.
Oh,
we're
I
winding
wanted
up
to make the first
the
suggestion, but
Widow
go ahead.
routine. See where it takes off.
Yes! Yes! Finally!
Because her health being reduced by 25 was so stupid.
Yep, agreed.
That's so dumb! She didn't need it at all! It wasn't a nerf she needed!
It was dumb.
It was dog.
Okay, I've got one here as well. But I have to pull up her page here so I can make comparisons.
That's fair.
We don't make her here.
It's gonna be grapple, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely!
And I knew it.
Grapple's so long. At
Grapple is
least make it a 10-second cooldown.
I'm gonna
make
go
it
ahead and
even
start
with
writing
Coach
mine.
Gun at least.
I
No,
agree.
What's this giant one?
Sorry.
I know I can't even read what it says. Oh, now it's just wide. Okay.
It's called a grappling hook, right? Yes.
Yeah, small.
Yeah, no, grappling hook is 12 seconds, if I believe.
I got
correctly.
two
Yes, it
for
is.
Widow.
And Coach Gun's 10 seconds. Ash can move faster than Widow.
Mm-hmm.
And Ash is using a
You
shotgun.
can make the argument, though, that Widow gets to move farther, but...
She does. But at the same time, she's in that same place for so long.
She has loved the streamers here. Alright. Let's see. How am I going to phrase this?
Also, I feel like grappling hook's range is too low. It feels like I can't reach things that are literally like an inch away.
So
from
when
the
you
grapple.
say reverse fall off, what do you mean exactly?
We'll get to that. Noah can explain his more detail.
Oh, I was saying grappling hook. It just feels like when I try to grapple to something, it's literally like 5 inches away from the very object I'm trying to grapple to. I feel like it's too short.
Yeah, but then you can just grapple from anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, she already does. You just
That's
have to
fair.
like,
Yeah.
that's kind of her whole gimmick. So why not make that gimmick better?
All right, so I got 2 changes, and the first one's Venomine gets 2 charges. This was in the streamers patch that they made. Like, they just gave everybody 2 charges
Yeah.
of whatever. Why didn't they give Venomine the one thing that needs 2 charges? Anything.
I agree. Venom Mine needs multiple charges. Now, is this a situation if you can have multiple out, or is it just one out at a time?
Just the one, but you can replace it.
I agree.
So it's
You
like
should be
the
able to move it around.
Junkrat mine. It's like Junkrat mine.
Dude, people will finally be able to get that one achievement where you kill 3 people in one game with Venom Mine. Do you know that's a thing, Hunter?
Yeah.
There's an
Never got
achievement in the game where you have to kill 3 people in either quick play or competitive with Venom Mine.
Nope, it is 4 people. 4
Oh,
people.
4 people.
4 people.
Why is
Holy
that one
cow.
why are those so difficult? There's always one for each character that's so hard.
Okay, here's what you do to get that. You use Grav, you get the entire enemy team on it, get them low, throw in Venomine. There you go, you've team wiped them with Venomine.
And I would like to say Widowmaker's ultimate needs to be completely reworked.
She needs something else. I think she should be able to do more damage while it's up.
There was a crazy idea I proposed a few months ago.
But I'm going to be suggesting my version. Sorry, Hunter, I'm going to stifle you for a second.
What? The only thing I ever do is get stifled.
Shush! Silence you!
Infrasight applies a slight aim assist.
You just get controller aim assists for a few seconds.
Yeah, it's like console aim assist.
Okay, so Widow's aim down sights gets reverse fall off. So that means the further away the shot is, the more damage you deal.
Whoa.
The one thing that everybody complains about in the high ranks is that Widow gets dived and doesn't die. She will just headshot whoever's diving her. So we make it so that you can't kill people that are right up close to you, but you can kill people far away.
Okay.
This does add
Because
a
her
little bit
current
of
fall off
SMG.
right now is just added recently and is still stupid. Like the only place
Plus,
you can
shouldn't
see
you
it
be
is on Jokertown.
encouraging like players who use Widowmaker and like get crazy headshots from like miles away? I think you should reward that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is a sniper for a reason. She shouldn't be able to kill you up close.
She's not just a sniper, she's the sniper of Overwatch.
Or hear me out, guys. Infrasight has an addition where anyone shot with her primary fire also gets one hold on a minute, I have to check here. It gives them
1 second of
1
Venomine.
second of Venom Mine. Because
That
she
would-
poisons
that
the
would
bullet.
just- Why?
What do you mean?
It's so useless. That's like 15 damage.
It's 75 total, by the way.
Yeah, 15 damage per second.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
that if we're going to change Infrasight, she should at least do a little bit more damage while it's up. I think maybe like only for headshots maybe, but I think she should do a little bit more damage while that's up.
All right. Do we want to move on to Ana? Not much I can say for
Go ahead,
Widowmaker in
Hunter.
5v5.
You wanted to suggest something.
Oh,
a
yeah.
few months ago, I came up with a crazy idea for Widow's ultimate. I was in a game with Strigus when I mentioned this, so I don't know if he remembers it or not.
You're gonna.
But
have to start.
I suggested that when Widow pops her ult, it acts like it would normally do, except it would then allow Widow to shoot through one layer of wall, but at half of the bullet's damage by
Yeah.
its cost.
It's cool, but how would you program that in?
I have no idea. That's why I didn't write it down.
That wouldn't be too hard. It just allows it to go through one wall.
Yeah, just literally just
Okay.
one wall, and it like cuts the damage it would do in half.
You want to write that in? I like it.
Is that Widow's headshot does 300 damage, so that you're still doing 150 damage through walls, which is really strong. Especially
Yeah,
if,
but
you know, you can't avoid it.
The only characters that would kill though would be
Is
Tracer and
Tracer.
Baby Diva. Like that won't kill most of the cast.
It's just
It'll scare them.
the Yzma.
It's also Shrigus. It's an ultimate.
It is an ultimate.
Yeah, it is an ultimate, but
I'll add
the
that in.
one thing that's saving you from not dying to Widow ult is the wall.
I like the Widow Yzma. That's good.
Personally, I don't think you should be able to do anything but Dragon Strike, but that's just me. I may be a bit biased. But yeah, I do think it should be, for your case, Hunter, I think you should have the 50% reduction. That's fine.
Yeah, because you've spent a lot of kinetic energy going through the wall.
Oh, I had an idea. I remembered thinking about this a while back, but I completely forgot about it. I think Venom Mines, of all things for Venom Mine, the projectile speed should be increased.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
That way you can literally throw it into the enemy's lines and just Venom Mine a bunch of them, and boom, you got literally Sonar Arrow.
Yep.
It does the same job as Sonar Arrow then. And add that on top of the 2 charges. You can use one to get the team, and then another to keep an eye on your behind in case somebody sneaks up on you, which is what its main purpose is.
Yeah. Whoa, stuff's moving.
So,
Plus, you could probably actually kill people with Venom Mine if there's someone low in the back line.
what in the world?
I always thought
You
it was
know,
dumb.
there's
Venom Mine's just, like,
possibility.
it stays there and nobody ever touches it. Like,
Right.
who's gonna dive you from that side? It's always
Mhm.
gonna get popped, or you're gonna leave the spot and then nobody's gonna touch it.
There we go.
Yeah, I think Venom Mine would be really good to throw in like a Hanzo Sonar Arrow. Let me add that in real quick. I forgot to. I was just kind of talking.
Is Widow the character we suggested the most changes for?
Yeah.
Yes, because Widow
She's-
needs it. She's the worst character in the game right now.
Nah, she's just wonky.
Yeah, I wouldn't say she's
That
the
too.
worst. I'd say she just wonky's a better word.
She's good, and then bad, and then good again, then too strong.
She isn't meta though. I will say that.
No. It could go a little.
I think it
faster.
should go all the way to 40, to be
Oh,
honest. It should
really?
be doubled.
Really?
That's really.
I think it should
fast.
be doubled. You should be able to throw it from all the way from like the perch on
I would.
what's that? What's that one map? The one with the inside area that I hate playing Doomfist on.
You're gonna have to be a
Havana?
little bit more descriptive.
Is it Havana?
Havana's no, it's the one,
The one
with like
with
the,
the
big,
giant vats.
yeah, the vats. Yeah,
That's
Havana.
That's
I
Havana.
want you to be able to throw it all the way to the enemy spawn on Havana on that one Widow perch point.
Yeah, I don't know about 40.
I'd say 30
I'd say
max.
30 would be better. Yeah.
30 max.
Okay, fine.
No,
kinda just
stop
wanted to
moving
double the-
things.
I just kind of wanted to double the
That's
distance it
necessary.
flies, to be honest.
All right, time to go to Anna.
Anna.
Unless we had anything else to talk about, I didn't. Have
I
anything
I
else.
think we kind of just overhauled Widow's entire
We
character.
overhauled Widow so much.
Like, if everything we suggested went in, Widow would be completely different.
Yep.
She basically just needs a rework at this point.
I think if all of these suggestions went in, though, Widow would be a lot more fun to use.
She would be so much fun to play as. You could add these like things we literally just suggested into like a workshop game mode, and I would love to play Widow in that game mode.
Even the one where she shoots through walls, that would go into.
Yeah, that
You
would
could
be
probably
cool.
do that. Yeah, you could probably add that into a workshop.
It'd be
Yo,
fun
can we
to
put
mess
Square
around
on that? Can we put square on this?
I don't know if you actually can do it very easily in the workshop. 'Cause
I
it would be
do
really hard
know-
to program.
Okay, I
Square
do know
uses some
in
You
kind of-
might be able
workshop.
to do it.
I do know in workshop I've seen some where people added an ability for Reaper to fade through walls, and if you could do that, you could probably do it with the
Yeah, you probably could do
shot.
it with that then.
Square uses a third-party application to write all of his code, and then he just exports it
Oh,
into.
is that why it doesn't work? Got him! Anyway,
let's see. Ana.
so
Ana's in a good spot.
I
One of the
feel
best
like
supports
Ana's
in the
alright.
game, to be honest.
Yeah, Anna's fine.
If there was
Ana
one thing
is-
that I had to change, I would actually change something to see if it would work. In that,
Mhm.
I want to see if Nano Boost could give a little bit of speed boost again. It's a bit iffy. They had it before
Yeah.
and it was really strong. But if it was like
Well-
25% speed boost, I'd like to see how that would play
Wait,
out.
what? Okay,
I'd
okay,
see
okay.
like
Question,
10 or
question, question,
15%. I don't see 25%
I have a
speed
question.
boost.
That's nothing then. Might as well not add it.
All right. So Lucio,
Yep.
without amping it up, how much speed boost does he give his teammates around?
I think it's 30%. Let me check.
Because if we just matched Lucio
25%.
without amp up, then wouldn't that be fine for Nano?
Yeah, I would like to see a 25% speed boost on Nano Boost. Just to see what it, if it was strong or not.
Put it in list then. No one else has any suggestions for Anna, I'm pretty sure, so just
You do
add
like
it.
20%. I feel like 20% would be better.
It should be around Lucio without amp up. Agreed?
Yeah. Well, Lucio's without amp up is literally 25%, so I'd say 20%.
Plus 25%.
Ah! Oh man, Lucio's gonna amp them up, and they're gonna be moving at 90. not 90. Where am I at? 85% move speed.
Oh
Ah!
no.
Oh no. Anyway.
Okay.
For 5v5, Anna's sleep dart is getting changed to a 15-second cooldown.
Isn't her healing
fine.
gonna get reduced too?
But what is it?
Isn't healing just gonna get reduced overall?
Yeah,
In 5v5?
that's not something that I would.
We're not
expect
gonna talk about
go
that today
through.
because they haven't revealed the full details on that yet, and they've also said it's still experimental. Like they
Because
haven't said it's
they're
gonna
gonna
go
have
into
to
the final game.
overhaul damage, healing, all the whole 9
They're
yards.
just-
They'd have to.
Yeah.
They'd have to change literally every number in the game if they're considering doing that.
That's why it's not happening till 2019. Because you're gonna have to wait for the integer overflow to go all the way into the negative and then come back. Okay. Anyway,
I figured that's where you were going with that.
I do like talking about that integer overflow, don't I?
You really do.
Anyway, I think if I was to change something in the 5v5, I would say give a little bit of compensation for Sleep Dart because it's going to 15 seconds. I'd say maybe make it last a little bit longer. Not much.
Like, how long does it last now?
It lasts
Currently,
5
it's
seconds now.
5 seconds.
So I'd say maybe like 5.5 seconds. Just a little
No,
bit of
that's-
compensation.
Well, if you're looking for compensation for the increase in its cooldown, 5.5 seconds? That's not enough. I'd say 6
go
to 7.
Go the full 6 seconds.
Ooh, that would be way long though.
Yeah.
I think that
Okay.
might be too much actually.
That's still shorter than Sombra Hack.
Yo, you know what we should do instead,
You
Shruggus?
should make it 6 damage. Yeah, boy.
That's what I was gonna say. Actually, yeah.
You know what?
6
I'm adding it.
damage. 6 damage.
Sleep Dart
I was literally just about to say that.
now does 6 damage. Done.
Yeah.
Gotta do it for the meme. Oh, Noah, yesterday I was with Hunter and I killed a Sigma with Sleep Dart and I was Orisa boosted and I had
The
Zen
Sigma was
Discord.
discorded.
So it did 9.75 damage and it killed the Sigma and it was hilarious.
I guessed
That's
that the
funny.
sleep dart did 10 damage, so I was like really close.
He was close.
It was
Oh,
funny.
wow.
You did save that clip, right, Micah?
No, I didn't. I wanted to, but I thought about it too late. It was
Thoughts
really
on
funny, though.
Baptiste? For one thing, they've said they're experimenting with making his immortality barrier not immortal.
That's stupid.
They want to make it so it reduces damage.
I hate it.
That's
Wait,
dumb. Just
what
add a
did they
new
s-
support that does that. I love immortality field.
Wait, what are they saying?
Also, I
about
think
doing
you're just
it?
pulling from like the April Fool's patch when they did that.
I don't know, but no, it's like an actual thing I saw somewhere. I'd have to pull it up. Basically, the devs have been considering making it so that Baptiste's immortality field reduces damage instead of causing you to be immortal.
That invalidates the name. It's accretion all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like Immortality Field. I think it's in a good spot, and people need
Personally-
to shut up.
Personally,
is in
I
a
think
good
if they
spot.
made it reduce damage, it would be way more problematic.
No, it would be worthless. Why
Yeah.
would you want that?
Well, the way the
If you-
devs seem to, or way the community was talking about what the devs would probably do with it, the devs would go as far as like making it reduce it by like 75% or something stupid like that.
Okay, well,
It's pathetic.
everyone knows you don't listen to the Overwatch
Wait, they can't
community.
do that because the internal lock to the game is 50% damage resistance.
I don't
breaking their
know.
own rule.
Either way, is BAP in a good spot? Does there need to be changes?
I'd say the shift, it needs a
You
buff.
know what? I agree. His
It's
personal,
pathetic. It's sad.
yeah.
I think regen burst should get reverted so that it does 20 to everybody now. A little bit of a buff.
I
it.
think regen burst, keep it at the same heals. The cooldown needs to be reduced.
It is 13 seconds, and I think that's a bit appropriate.
Yeah, I'm fine with the
Mm.
cooldown. I'm thinking the actual healing. It doesn't heal for very much.
Baptiste is all about long cooldowns and being able to shoot your gun. I
Yeah.
don't think regen burst should change all that much.
I'm just being like, put regen burst on like 11 seconds or something like that.
I'm just saying, make it heal more. Just
It's
a little bit
especially
more.
not a problem with Overwatch 2 because he could just self-heal naturally.
Yeah.
That's true.
So
I think for Overwatch 1, regen burst should heal the same for everybody and give it a little bit of a buff for
30
20.
30 per second for everybody.
No, 30 per second is double for him. It used to do 15.
Oh,
for
I thought
everybody.
you were meaning. No, that's what I thought. I thought you were meaning like have it the same for everybody. 30 per second for everybody.
No, that's too much. That's
I'm
150
confused. What are we
health for
talking about when
everybody.
you said for everybody? What did that mean?
It does the same healing to BAP and to allies as well.
Oh, so you're planning on reducing BAP's self heal and then increasing the allies?
yes. Because
Oh.
they've always had this problem where since his launch, he healed his allies more than himself, but then they overcompensated that, and now he heals himself more than his allies.
And I know
And-
that deficits BAP from having good self-heal for himself, but it's... You still have a second support that can heal you. And
Yeah.
that's kind of the point, is that BAP heals
Mhm.
everybody else, and then the second support will heal him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I say regen burst
20 per second.
now heals everyone 20 health per second to a total of
That would
80?
be 80, I think. No, it wouldn't. No. Hold on.
oh, is it what is it? 100?
Hold on a minute. Give me a minute. I have to
20
do
times 5,
math.
that's 100.
Yes, that would be 100.
100 total.
I think that actually makes a nicer rounder number, and I like it.
That way you can measure how much you're getting healed by.
And I think he's fine for 5v5 as well.
5v5, I like the same change here.
Yeah, I think that's the only change that he really needs.
Now, Brigitte.
You need some
Brigitte.
Brig.
Oh,
They-
boy.
they reworked the character at the beginning of 2020. I liked that rework, and then they ruined it.
So, I've made like 3 documents on my laptop trying to rework Brig.
Aren't you supposed to be releasing a video about
Yeah, it's still in the work,
reworking Brig?
but I hate Brig.
Too broke skipping.
Too broke, skip. I have to make an entire video for her. I'm not doing that.
We practically wrote you a script for reworking Widowmaker already.
Yep. And I'm not making a video on her anymore. It's just that. We're done. What is this meme? Hold up.
How is this fair? Our healer is a Lucio. It's not fair. You have no rights, and he's not a healer. We just keep him here because he's fun. Look at him go. Ah, speed boost, yeah.
I like that one. Lucio. Any complaints?
I enjoy Lucio. I think he's great.
I think
The only
they need
complaint
to,
I have about
there's like
Lucio's just frustrating to go up against. That's really all it is he's frustrating the 1v1.
I think you're just bad.
You're just bad. Someone's just bad.
The one problem I have with Lucio is that I don't know if there's a bug or something, but I can't roll out. Every time I try, I get stopped by something. I bonk my head, or I think that's just me though.
I think it's just a skill thing.
I wish
yeah,
it was a
I
little
still
bit
have
more
difficulties
consistent
rolling
to
out with
learn.
them as well, but I've learned there's like you gotta be very specific with your angles you look in whenever you jump off walls.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I have to bring up is that in 5v5, I'm not sure how Lucio's going to fare very well in the Sombra matchup. I know she's gonna. The hack only lasts a second, but like it seems to be that it's just not going to be worth your while to hack Lucio anymore
I think
because it only disables him
personally,
for a second.
in Overwatch 2, crossfade is unhackable. Not
Why?
crossfade. Sorry, that's not what it's called, is it?
Crossfade
Oh, it
is
is.
the aura. Yeah.
Yeah, crossfade's the aura.
I
Okay, I
don't
don't think
like
crossfade
that
be
because
hackable.
all of the
That's
passive
gonna-
abilities in the game are hackable like that. I say is the only other one I can think of is Sigma Barrier, but it is an ability. It's not a passive. So I think it is fair that it gets hacked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just weird for it to do it for like 1 second.
Right. But you get to do it every 3 seconds, so, bully the Lucio. What's he gonna do
Yeah.
about it? Play a sad song?
No, because you hacked the song.
You know, it is
Yeah, that's
worth
the point.
hacking Lucio if you can time to hack him right when he uses amp up. If you can time to hack him right when he uses
Yeah, to
amp it up,
waste
then
one of the 3 seconds that amp up has.
true.
I don't know of any changes you could make to Lucio, because Lucio's not really in a bad spot. He just isn't meta right now.
Yeah, he's just... We don't ever get to see good Lucios where we are because, we're down below.
I think he's
I
fine.
think he's okay.
He's probably fine.
I did wish, if I had to change one thing, I wish that sound barrier decayed a little bit faster, but that's just me. Because it seems
I can
like
see
the
why,
enemy
but-
always has a Lucio with beat, and then I just am there, and then I can't do anything for a really long time.
I can see why, but I think
I think it's fine.
I think it's fine where it is. Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's fine.
Mercy! I made a whole tweet about Mercy.
Yay!
I'm gonna read the tweet.
I got a lot to talk about Mercy too.
There's literally only one thing I want changed. Damage boost reduced.
Go ahead and
As
write it while
someone-
Noah's going.
As someone who enjoys playing Mercy a lot, I do think Guardian Angel does need a nerf in order to reduce the use of pharmacy. I've had multiple ideas, one being Mercy can't use Guardian Angel for 5 seconds in the air unless Mercy touches the ground. Then Guardian Angel goes back to its original cooldown, or maybe just activates instantly.
I'm not sure I follow you. You're saying if you use Guardian Angel, you can't get it back till you touch the ground?
No, it would be on a
longer
I actually
cooldown?
had someone reply to me on Twitter saying that exact same thing, that it just doesn't activate till you touch the ground, and I just said that I think a 4 or 5 second cooldown if you're in the air would be better, as it would help save Mercies who get knocked off the map. It still gives them an opportunity to recover.
But then you're saying that if you touch the ground, your cooldown speeds up.
Oof, I don't like that.
I don't know.
It
I don't know,
seems a bit
really.
convoluted and gimmicky.
I'd rather have a consistent cooldown. I'd rather have it be 3 seconds flat no matter what. Like, just increase the cooldown.
All right, my suggestion for numero uno.
I did have another idea though. Wait.
Guardian
Let's-
Angel.
Let Strigus finish this first one.
Fine.
and then-
I was still in the middle of-
Angel's cooldown increased from 1.5 seconds to 2.5 seconds.
I'm fine with that.
That's the first one.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Another idea I had was nerfing Angelic Descent instead. The idea is if Mercy takes damage while using Angelic Descent, her glide will go on a 1 second cooldown, same as her self heal. But you would argue this would make it hard for a Mercy to recover if she falls off the map.
It is also difficult because there are many spam things in the game, so
Yeah.
you just get constantly hit and fall. So there'd have to be
Yeah.
like a damage threshold to cross, and then that's just too much to go through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because a diva, I can hit Mercies as diva just to stop their healing from super far away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine you just got shot down every single time that diva looked at you.
That would be the most annoying thing for the Mercy player.
Once I had a hero concept that it was Jetpack Cat, and they could fly omnidirectional all the time, but once they lost their armor health, they'd fall to the ground and would have to go on cooldown for a bit.
One thing could be if Mercy goes below 50% health, she can't use the Angelic Descent either.
How much does damage boost for?
Damage boost is 30%. So that would leave you with 5%, Hunter.
Reduced to 25%.
Okay,
That's the
yeah.
phrasing you want.
Why did my crosshair move?
That was weird.
I also agree that damage boost should be 25%.
Because then you could buff Ash's right-click damage and not have her one-shot 200 health targets.
Yep.
Because it's Mercy's fault that Ash got those nerfs.
All right. Number 2. You guys stole my other one, so I guess we're skipping to 3 then. Number 3. When Mercy starts to heal someone, she will heal them a little bit less and then gradually gain up over time till she reaches 55%. Or 55 heals per second. Maybe 60. To compensate for that.
It shouldn't be too low of a
It
heal
should not
gap.
be very low, but it should be lower. So then
it should
would
literally like start at something as high as like 30 or 35 health per second.
Yeah, I
and
was
then
thinking
increase from
40.
there.
Like
Okay, do
40
40.
health
35.
per second to 60.
I'm happy
like
with
it's
that.
a gradual increase from there to there.
I don't know how to pronounce her name.
the
the staff healing per second when applied to a new target.
Oh, you spelled it correctly.
Heals for 35 healing per second and gradually increases to 60 heals per second. That way you can still switch between damage boost and healing on the same person and not get the deficit of having to switch to a new person. It's whenever you target someone else is when you lose the benefit.
And this also means that it's still possible to kill the person the
Oh.
Mercy is trying to heal.
I thought we were doing
Right.
40 health per second.
Oh yeah, sorry, I meant to change that. I just had it in my mind since you said it.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
That way you
this
can still heal tanks a little bit better, because Ryan's always just stand there for like 5 seconds while you heal them to full. And it makes it so that switching to new targets isn't as effective, but you still heal for a good amount.
I have one to say. I'll have
Super
more to
jump's
explain
already
though.
an official mechanic in the game.
I'm gonna explain it more though.
'cause they
Instead,
haven't
what it
removed
should
it yet.
be, instead what it should be is
The
at
button.
the end of your flight, just look in the direction you want to gain your momentum to. Just why do you have to crouch then jump?
that's
doesn't
dumb.
that take all the skill out of
Yeah,
it
it
though?
takes all the skill out of it. Super jumping so that it can be cool.
Okay.
And super jump already is a mechanic in the game, because they haven't removed it yet.
Yeah,
They removed all the good tech.
I mean they'll get to it. They just removed Reinhardt's B hop
Oh yeah,
a
they
little
just
while
removed
ago.
the B-hop. Big sad.
So they'll get to it eventually. But for now,
Let's
it's
do
a
this
mechanic.
quickly. I do need to head home soon.
Oh, well, we're not done yet. We got like 2 more.
Oh no, 2 more. Let's finish this off. I don't think Mercy needs any changes for 5v5, do they?
I think
I
my
think-
change will work appropriately.
I think if all these changes for 6v6 that we suggested go in,
It's mostly
she'll be
the
fine.
tanks that needed it, to be
Mhm.
honest.
And some of the damage, just to level it out.
And just to reduce the effectiveness of pharmacy.
Okay.
All right.
Moira.
Moira.
As
Moira.
someone who does not play Moira often, how do you fix Moira?
I will tell you. Number 1,
Okay.
Moira's primary fire, or her secondary fire, should not be a lock-on move. That is big dumb.
I agree with that because she can kill you without even looking at you.
Because, and I know
That's
people
a
will
little
argue.
incorrect, Hunter, but Trigus is still right with saying it's a lock-on. It's a very limited lock-on.
I know
but
people will
it
argue and
is.
say, no, it's not a lock-on. It is. Because I've literally died behind a Moira just because she locked onto me for a split second beforehand.
To be
It
fair,
literally
Mikey,
says
you die
in the
behind
wiki,
me
it
all the
is a
time.
no target indicator soft lock-on.
Yes, it is a soft lock-on. It's not a big beam. It is soft lock-on.
It should work more like a beam, though.
My change
needs
to
to be-
Moira is she now has a beam that can penetrate enemies but not barriers.
Mhm.
And whenever she's eating from one person, it chains to others, doing less damage the more it chains. That
So
way
it's
she gets
like-
more resource, but doesn't deal super amounts of damage to the entire enemy team.
So
If you're
like
gonna do that, you would have to
um,
increase Coalescence's ultimate charge.
Well, yeah, everything's gonna have to be moved up.
To be fair, I think Coalescence's ultimate charge should be increased anyways. It's
Ditto.
so fast.
You
Yeah.
charge that sucker so fast, and I know that's the point, but golly.
Should it go up to like third? Well, hold on. What's the thing with Coalescence with ultimate charges? Isn't it based on like a?
It has to be a
certain
multiple of
system?
70.
Yeah, multiple of 70. Okay, I couldn't remember what it was.
Yes, there are
Um,
exceptions, but for the most part, multiple of 70.
Yeah.
So I will go ahead and write that down as a possible suggestion. The other one is that it Wait, I already said both of them. One was the chain, one was the pierce. My bad.
So is the chain basically like a smaller version of Mercy's ult, where all
Yeah,
of
yeah.
the
But for enemies.
characters get connected?
And it would only
But
chain
for
like
enemies.
once or twice.
Yeah, it can't chain to the entire enemy chain.
Either
team.
chain once or twice, or have a very low radius for chaining.
No, if you have it such low that it's balanced, you wouldn't be able to chain to anybody. So I think it should like bounce to 1 or 2 people. Not much.
I'd
Well, I
say-
don't think it's not like a lightning bolt chain. It's more like the Mercy chain, where there's one specific person that's being the main target, and then from there they have a radius that if you're in that radius, you get hit.
Right. Like it
I
doesn't.
would
It doesn't
still-
chain off.
I know. I'm just saying I don't know if I like the idea of having a max amount that it chains to. I think having it chained to literally
Maybe
everyone
give it-
in the
We can
radius is
just
better.
do Mercy ult then for it.
Yeah, just
I like the
basically
Mercy
give
ult
it a
idea
Mercy ult.
like better.
All right, so secondary fire now chains to other
Because then the
enemies.
problem is professionals are going to be shooting a specific person to see if they can chain it off of another person that's in the back line. Like they're out of my range, so I'll get this person that's closer to me and it'll bounce to that person. But then the game just randomly, like through a random number generator, says, "No, I'm gonna bounce to this person instead," and then you don't get the one Mercy in the backline at like 10 HP.
That's
and
fair.
I don't think Overwatch players would like that kind of RNG on their secondary fire for Moira.
Loses.
It's like if you were Mercy ulting and you were trying to damage boost 3 specific people, but you damage boost like the Reinhardt, which is the main person you're boosting, and then the Ana and the May.
I like the chain a lot better than Bruce anyway.
Yeah,
I think GB
think
is falling asleep.
Chain's better. You good, Josh? Josh just run out of memes to put. He's already went through every character.
I even put new ones for ones we've already been through.
Yeah,
I
we'll
noticed.
We'll have to go back through and look at
You
them. I
put
don't
one
look at
for
them yet.
Echo and Bastion
Okay,
and
fine, I'll look
Zarya. I like the one for Wrecking Ball. That's good.
at it. It's in the refrigerator.
I love the one for Roadhog. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
The Reinhardt one's nice. The Orisa one's so good. The little horse.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the Rick and Morty meme's pretty good. What is my purpose?
I actually really like this Orisa picture.
Yeah, me too.
I want that as a skin now.
Yes, please.
Because Bongo is a barrel.
Bungo would be a little barrel.
Could we have that for the current event instead of the one we have now?
Ugh, the current one.
Yo, let's just overhaul the McCree event skin and just have this one as Orisa's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a new sheriff in town.
Any
How long-
thoughts more on Moira?
I think Moira's healing might be a bit I saw that picture. The evil May. I think Moira might be a bit strong in 5v5, but again, we'll just have to see how it goes
Yeah.
for her.
Yeah. I would say in 5v5, this actually may be a change you can go ahead and put in. For Biotic Orb, I think the hold on, I gotta look at this. Biotic Orb, does it have listed here how much resource the orb has? Because the orb
Yeah.
shrinks over time.
It's
Does it have it
cap at
listed?
300 for healing, 200 for damage.
Oh, okay. Reduce probably like the max amount of damage and healing can do by probably like 25 or 50. For both.
Increase?
For both healing and damage. No, decrease.
Oh,
because
okay.
there's less
Decrease.
targets now, but you're still dealing the same damage? Like, come on. Come on. I think Biotic Orb should increase by like maybe 25 on the healing, so reduce that down to like 275. And then for damage, reduce that down to like 180. Like, not too much, because the damage is already less than the healing to begin with.
Well-
Like, do like more of a percentage reduction.
Yeah, that's fine. So, like, both resources get 20% less resource.
Probably more like 15%. You don't want to go too overboard.
True. You're right in it, though.
Yeah, I need to figure out what the number that would be, though.
Just say Moira Biotic Orb has 15% less resource for both tanks.
Give me a minute. I am typing.
Tip, tip, tippity tap.
I don't play Moira much anymore. And honestly, if anything reduces damage orb DPS, I'll be happy.
No, Hunter, we're not reducing its damage per second. We're reducing the capability
The
of it
overall
doing it.
damage it can do because it has a
Good.
resource.
Any nerf to damage orb is welcome. That sucker bounces around and finds me eventually.
It's because you're hiding behind me. Every time that I think of damage orb, I just think of the stupid patch where they were like, hey, let's make it so you gotta aim damage orb. That's a good idea.
Give me a minute here.
It was a garbage idea.
Hunter, what are those noises?
Probably his roommates.
My
just
roommates.
being goofy.
He has monkey roommates.
You'd be shocked how accurate.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Did you see Winston's
Yes.
picture?
Yes, yes.
Monkey.
Monkey.
The way Micah says it.
Monkey.
Monkey. Who does that sound like? It sounds
That's
like somebody.
what's his name? From Kung Fu Panda.
I for some reason it reminded me of the Lego Ninjago announcer guy, narrator.
Okay.
I've never seen the show, so I don't know who that is.
Okay.
You know,
Oh,
the
Sensei
old guy.
Wu.
Yeah, that guy.
Sensei Wu. A long time ago. What do you think of my values for the biotic orb?
Oh, they don't match.
Well, I tried to reduce them both by 15%, but it was too low. So I'll
Yeah,
try a
do-
different
do
value. Let me try this.
20%.
Let me reduce it by 10%. Hold on. That's 270, and that's 180.
Yeah, just do.
Okay, now
20%.
it'll be the same. Now it'll be the same. There you go. Both reduced by 10%.
Okay, that's fine.
What do you think?
Oh,
is
it needs to go in
Zenyatta's picture?
the other one. For 5v5.
Oh yeah, for 5v5. Yeah, I forgot. That's why I made that to begin with.
That's fine. All right, and Zenyatta.
I like that Zenyatta image. Can you send that to me?
I don't know where to find it.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah,
you
too
got it
tired.
from somewhere. Can you not like just copy it and paste it back in, or?
He'd just be like, "Behold, true self, suckers."
Yeah, I can paste it in the Discord, I think. Let me see.
All right. So
Viva
for
11.
Zen, there's the thing with Orb of Discord.
Discord.
There's no issue with Discord because unlike Mercy's, his 30% is based on his team's damage rather than one single person's.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
because there's going to be one less person in the game, that means you're going to be doing less damage overall. So
There
I
you
think
go, Hunter.
Discord could remain at the 30% that it is.
I'm saving this.
All
I want it.
right. What were you saying again, Strigus?
Orb of Discord is different than Mercy Boost because it
Mhm.
requires your team's damage. So if you have less team, you do less damage.
You saying to like increase the damage boost for 5v5?
No, I'm saying Orb of Discord is fine. 30%.
Oh, okay. Then I agree with that. Yes.
Mercy's is lowered, but Zen's remains at 30%. It's fine.
Right. Gotcha.
I like it.
does
What
that
else
mean-
would there be?
They named its ammo count as 1 active. Not just one. 1 active.
So, does this mean we're not changing a single thing for Zen?
I don't think we should change anything for Zen. That might just be my opinion. But I don't think we should change anything. Oh, I do have a change. Never
He
mind.
gets two charges for Orb of Harmony and Orb of Discord,
No.
respectively. He can Harmony 2 people and Discord 2 people.
At half efficiency. Oh,
Yes.
you're...
Why is it so slow?
Because they nerfed him a few months ago.
I hate this.
Why is the orb so slow? I swear I have tried to Discord people, and then I this may be a weird thing to complain about because we're winning anyway, but they die before I can Discord them.
Whee!
But they would die a lot faster if my Discord got there faster. So there.
Yeah.
Okay.
We.
So I hate this change different than you do, Noah. Because you used to be able to charge up a volley, throw the volley, and then Orb of Discord them to hit them for the last few, right?
Yeah, and the orb would be faster than the volley. Yeah.
Now they're the same speed, and that it's dreadful. It's dumb.
All right, is there anything else, really?
That's the main change I want to see done. Is stupid Orb of Discord projectile speed change. Other than that, I'm fine. I think we got everybody.
Okay. I think that was it.
Oh, wait, one more thing. One more.
Yeah.
Um,
Josh, I just looked at all the May images you put at the bottom. Oh my gosh, the spamage.
there we go.
Oh,
Done.
Lord.
Removed from the game.
All right, I'm removing this picture now. It scared me. No, there's so many of them. No, you can't copy paste the pictures of May. Get them out of here. I'm watching you. No. Stop. No, there's too many of them.
I think we made some great changes today.
No, stop it.
I think all productivity is gone from this stream.
I really love how the only person we didn't really make changes for at all was Genji.
Yep, he's
And
perfect.
Tracer. And Lucio, actually. Wait.
There were a few that we really didn't.
Yeah, there's a few we didn't touch.
Oh, and then we skipped Brig because it's just too much.
There's too much for Brig.
There's
We
too
would've-
much to talk about.
Brig would have been double the time we spent on Widow.
I
Yep.
know.
And we spent a lot of time on Widow.
And
Widow
I'm thinking
needed
about
it,
making
though.
a picture.
Widow needs it.
I saw the picture. I'm thinking about making a video for Brig. So it'll be then.
Widow
I
needs a
see
video.
that. Stop it.
You might want to make a video for a Widow soft rework first. I mean, you already have
That's
the
just a
script
quick
right
thing
here.
to make. Like, that'd be a quick video.
Like, literally just take all the suggestions we put out in this stream, and then there you go.
I think
you've got
all
your
the
video.
suggestions we made for Widow would work perfectly for a single rework.
All right,
Okay.
Josh.
Enough.
You left me no choice.
No May picture in the Widow category.
You are only a viewer now.
My access has expired.
It's all over. And I know there's one picture. Also, hi everybody. I know there's one picture that Josh left as a last resort, but I'm not. Wait. No, I thought I saw it. Never mind.
I think that was the one he put next to, in the Widow category. I deleted that.
I'm fine with that. Also, hi all of Josh's friends. How you doing? Because I know it's not somebody from my stream, because there ain't nobody there.
Huh? No, I think that's because me and Hunter had to reconnect. So, like,
Well, then all
duplicated
these
it.
old people are here then. Anyway, thank you everybody for joining. And we'll see you on the next one.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Come back if you want to hear us complain about Overwatch more.
Yeah.